So why am I talking about this before my presentation? It's because let's always organize trips for these children. From a trip, we don't know where can be a spark, a turning point for what? A student. As I speak now, I'm an East African regional trainer, a TOT trainer on wildlife, waste management, and climate change. I always go to Samea every year to train the patrons of from different parts of what? Of East Africa. Okay, now we are starting our presentation. I don't want to waste time. We are going to be chap. So if you want to sleep, as I told you, you register with me so that I can know your problem. Now, we are starting. What is waste? Anyone who has an idea, what is waste? Kasasero chechi, what is waste? Yes. Okay. Something. Let's clap hands for him. But this time we're not going to do a sana, eh? Because of time, we only do it once. Are we together? Okay, 1, 2, 3, we go. Full stop. Now, because of time, I'm going to give you a simple definition of waste. Waste is any liquid, solid, or gaseous material that is discarded after being considered useless to a user. Are we together? Something, it can be in a solid form, a liquid, or gaseous state. But it is discarded. Discarded is just throwing it away. Are we together? After being considered useless by a user, you may have your TV or your laptop. You feel like you no longer want it, and you throw it away, and yet there's somebody who can repair some piece of it and use it. For a user, it is useless, but to another person, it may be useful. Are we together? Now, we have different types of waste. So different types of waste, they are categorized in 2 states of matter. Are we together? So, there are 3 categories. One category is by state. That is what by state. So we have liquid, solid, and gas. Are we together? That is what is in our environment today. It has to be liquid waste, it has to be gaseous, it has to be solid. Then we also have another category by material. If it is by material like solid, which material is it? Is it biodegradable? Is it organic? Organic means something that can easily rot. Ekintu ekisobola okuvunda, something that can rot. Then it can be and that's what nature gives us. I always put much emphasis on that. That is what nature gives us. Nature gives us only organic. That is it. Full stop. Other things, us who make them. Because in Mother Nature gives us plant life and animal life. All these things are decomposable. Then for us, because we have got ideas and knowledge to destroy her beauty, then we come with recyclable. We call them recyclable waste, where we have plastics, we have kavela, all those. And then we have what you call hazardous waste. These are the waste that can be dangerous, like batteries. Are we together? Like batteries. We have inert waste. Inert waste, examples, we have what you call construction and demolition debris. I'm going to use simple language. When they break the building, are we together? When they break the building, they will tafari, which those kind of bricks, pieces of what that we always throw anywhere. Those are called inert waste. Are we together? Then we have e-waste. E-waste stands for electronic waste, where we have computers, we have these projectors. Because these things after get spoiled, where do they put the cables? E-waste. If they can ask you a question, what is e-waste? It is electronic waste. Are we together? Then the last one is by source. By source is a type of waste that comes from the source. I thought we categorize them from 3: by state, then we have by source, another one was by what? Material. Are we together? So we have what you call domestic waste. Domestic, kitegeeza something that comes from home, like domestic animals, wild animals. Are we together? Something which is made by man. So we have domestic waste. Here, I'm showing you what we do here at UWEC. We have a bucket where we put food waste. You get it? From the source, from the source, we sort from the source where the waste comes from. We don't first wait these things to mix with plastics and what? After reaching in the landfill, then we want to sort from the landfill. It is hard. So we sort from the source. In case somebody wants food for the pigs, we'll come and take. If somebody wants to make compost, we'll come and take. In case somebody has goats who want banana peelings, we'll come and take. That one is sorted at the source. Are we clear? Then we have what you call industrial waste. These are wastes that start from the industries. Are we together? So when you come to the part of waste management, we start from the manufacturer up to the final consumer. What does it mean? It means that industrial waste, anything that industry can produce. Are we together? It can be effluents like liquid waste. Are we together? It can be the smoke. It can be any plastic, whatever, but as long as it is at industrial state. We have agricultural waste. Agricultural waste stands for things that come from the garden. For example, if you cut down these branches, you're trimming. Are we together? After trimming, you've swept the compound. That kasasiro, it is agriculture. Because it has come from agriculture. Are we together? We have the clinical waste. Clinical waste stands for medical waste. Where after injecting you, where do those waste go? After giving you cannula, maybe they put where do they go? Are we together? Those things always end up into our environment. Not every hospital does incineration. Sometimes we find this kind of waste in swamps. We find them in the forest. Then we have institutional waste. Institutional waste stands like, for example, we have UWEC here. We produce papers in our offices. Are we together? Schools, you produce, those are institutions. We have barracks. Every institution produces waste. Those are institutional waste. Are we together? Another one. Now here I'm just giving examples of all the solid waste. But why have I put these dustbins here? Members, if you go anywhere in a place that is developed, you see these colors of dustbins. These dustbins have meanings. Are we together? Every dustbin has a meaning. If you see a dustbin painted white, what can you put there? If you find a white dustbin, what can you put there? Yes? No. But thanks for trying. White dustbin stands for? No. White dustbin stands for paper waste. It means you're putting papers there. Only. Are we together? If you find a green dustbin, that is the organic waste. Are we together? Things that can easily rot. Then if you find a yellow dustbin, that is for medical waste. In most hospitals, you find yellow dustbins there. But if you find a red one, if you find a red dustbin, that one, don't even try to touch it. Even opening them, you pedal down, it opens. You're not even supposed to touch. That one has the hazardous wastes. For example, you go in the hospital, there are pieces of body parts, like for example, like our body. If you go there, you got an accident, your hand was chopped off, they cannot rejoin it, they will put it in that one. Somebody got an accident, the whole place has a lot of blood, they are cleaning you. in that dustbin. That one you don't need to touch. That was deadly. Are we together? But if it's like a cotton after giving injection, that kaka thing, that one you can put in the yellow one. Are we together? If you find this type of dustbin, kind of grayish, that is for e-waste. If you have seen most of the computers, TVs, fridges, they have that kind of a color. That is e-waste, electronic waste. The black, it is for metals, and blue is for plastic bottles. I think it's clear. So that's why I was bringing all these kind of examples of solid waste and how to dispose them. Clear? Okay. Now, examples of liquid waste. We have domestic sewage. Domestic sewage stands for like that was the waste that comes from the sewage tanks. Are we together? Then we have industrial effluents. Everything. For example, I give an example of nitrile that makes clothing. Our clothing have different colors. But after picking the quality of the color they want, and the color is fading out, they will just release that other liquid with what and into the water body. Are we together? Or in the environment. We have agricultural runoff. For example, we have gardens, flower gardens. They use fertilizers. So when it rains, or they have done irrigation, the fertilizers, part of them, they go into the water bodies. And when they go into the water bodies, they add nutrients in the water body. When they add nutrients into the water bodies, they facilitate the growth of water weeds. The water weeds we can have like algae blooms. We can have like they can feed the water hyacinths and other plants. So when those plants are there, they reduce on the oxygenation of water bodies, and the aquatic life has to die. Recently, we had millions of fish on our beach here, and that was Nile perch, that died, not because of anything, but maybe, most especially, it's because of that kind of agriculture. And of course, I have a lot of flower gardens. And the Nile perch is not indigenous fish species. It's an exotic. It was introduced to add food in our country. But then it couldn't manage the new temperature in the lake. It had to die. Are we together? Then we have storm water. When it rains, agamaza gatambulira mu mwala. It is a liquid waste. That's what you call storm water. Gaseous waste. Everyone knows carbon dioxide. Everyone knows methane gas. Methane comes from the landfills. Juicy, we had Chite's landfill having like eruption, volcanic eruption, because of too much methane. I want to make it easier, njagala nchanguye mumjere, like common language. If you have a lot of waste piled, when you try to open and touch there, it is hot. It can be hot to over 100 and something degrees hot. Are we together? In one hotel, it's called here in Entebbe, they use compost to boil water for the guests in the accommodation. They put a big compost heap, they put a pipe of water, and the pipe crosses the compost, it goes into the what? And the water they find in the client's rooms, it's warm, but it passes through the compost. That is methane gas. It's one of the ozone layer gases, very dangerous. Are we together? Then we have nitrogen oxides. We have particulate matter. Particulate matter like this dust here. When somebody is driving fast, that is the dust you see. Those are the particulate matter. Out of all those things I've told you, there are different projects you can give the students. There are different innovations you can come up with. And at the end of it all, you can have the future that is clean. Now, we talk about waste management. So this is our training center. After this, we are going to go to the waste management unit. It is a training center. At the same time, it is an exhibition ground. We built it using plastic bottles. The floor is plastic bottle tops, and most of the items that you always exhibit, it's 100% waste. When we exhibit such things, we give insights to the teachers to have ideas. Can we do that? Can we try this at school? Are we together? That's why we have that waste management demonstration unit, which was given us to UWEC by UWEC to educate students and other people on how to come up with different innovations of waste management. Now, what is waste management? Waste management is a series of all activities involved in dealing with unwanted or unusable liquid, solid or gaseous materials from the time of a manufacturer to the final stage of disposal. So, any activity from the factory up to the final user trying to deal with unwanted material, either in a gaseous state or liquid state or solid, it is what we call waste management. Is it clear? Any activity that can be done from the time when they are producing it to the time of the final stage, any way you can reuse it, it is waste management. Now, which activities can we do? We can reduce. Are we together? We can reduce waste. How do we reduce waste? Waste. Are we together? Reuse. Having something that you can use many times, keep reusing it. For example, you can buy a jerrycan of cooking oil, and when the cooking oil is done, you reuse the same jerrycan to fetch water. That is reusing. I'm giving the common examples. I don't want to talk much of science. Then, once you fail to reduce and reuse, maybe then you can recycle. What is the meaning of recycling? Recycling is turning this plastic bottle, you turn it into a cup. You melt it, you change the shape, you change the color, you change the size to make a new product. But the material remains plastic. That is recycling. Recycling is when you change the shape, the color, anything of an object to have a new product. Are we together? Then, repurpose. Give something another purpose. For example, when we reach at the unit I'm going to show you, we have car tires. We know the work of the car tire is to move the what? The vehicle. But now we are giving the car tire, which is old, giving it another purpose to be a chair. So it is no longer a car tire for moving, it's now a car tire just for chair. So we have given it another purpose. If you have seen at our beaches, we have put some chairs. We have seen some drums that are used as chairs. It is no longer a drum, it is now a chair. We have given it another purpose. Rethink. Rethink goes with the mindset. If you have a bottle, after finishing, taking your water, we are happy because you're feeling comfortable. Then you get your bottle, you put in the dustbin. Keep rethinking who's going to empty. Keep rethinking up to the end. Are we together? Before you throw the bottle into the bush because no one is seeing you, rethink which impact is it going to create where you've put it. It is rethink. Just keep thinking. Rethink. It goes with the mind. Keep rethinking. Then we have refurbish. Refurbishing, it's the same as renovation. You have an old building, instead of destroying and create a new one, because when you destroy it, we are going to have demolition and construction debris. You can refurbish it, you renovate it. Are we together? In our work today, I have a dinosaur that I've been repairing, refurbishing. The dinosaur was like, well, we put it down, we make a new one. He said, no, we can refurbish it so that we make it look nice. That is refurbishing. Then we have regulations. There are so many regulations in our constitution that talk about pollution. So when we follow such regulations, they help us to improve our environmental initiatives, environmental conservation. Because of those regulations, we have NEMA Act that talks about pollution. Are we together? Then refuse. And this goes to my friends, the ladies. You may go to the market, you want to buy something. Are we together? They give you a kavera. Therefore you say, please, I'm sorry, I don't want kavera. I came with my bag. Whatever you want to give me, put in my bag. So you have refused the kavera. That is refusing. Are we together? Then research. Once you cannot research, you find out what are other people doing. How are they doing it? For example, earlier this year, I was in China. I went to do research. How do other countries do it? When I reached in China, I never found even any dustbin. The whole streets were clean. Even they were mopping them. You move with your shoes on the street, but you can still use the shoes to lie on your bed with white bed sheets, and the thing is not what? It's not dirty. That's how hygienic they are. In China, after eating our food, whether you're the minister, because we had it was a corporate function, whether you're who, you have to lift your food and put in dustbins that were sorted. This dustbin is for food. This one is for maybe what? Up to like 4 dustbins immediately. And there are cameras. Once you make any slight mistake, you will go and touch the dustbin and remove what you've put in the wrong dustbin. Even instructions are there. In the kitchen, like in the dining, like where we eat from. In China, they cannot, if you had energy to go and pick a plate when you're hungry, no one forced you. By that time you are very hungry. Now you have eaten, you have more energy. You are not supposed to leave the plate where you ate from. So which means you have enough energy to take the plate where you got from. The waiters will pick. Am I a waiter? What is their role? No. It is everyone's responsibility. That is something I learned in China. Regift. If you have, like some of us, we are putting on weight. I was small. I have my good suits. I can never put them on. And there's another person who doesn't even have. So I say my good suit, instead of throwing it away, instead of burning it, I said, let me regift to another person because I can never fit on it. Are we together? Instead of becoming a waste, it is regifted. Repair. A chair has broken. A table has broken. Instead of throwing it away, repair it. So there's a difference between repairing and refurbishing. Refurbishing, you make it look so beautiful as the normal. But repairing, a shoe has gotten an issue, you repair it. Repairing, what it is. Restore. There are so many ecosystems. That have been highly polluted, most especially wetlands, the beaches. For example, you always have this beach getting dirty because our lake always brings trash to the beach. If you leave it, you are not restoring the ecosystem. But once you pick those plastics around the beaches, you're restoring the ecosystem. Are we together? Responsible. It is everyone's responsibility. Whether you're young, whether you're old, whether you're what, whether the minister, it is everyone's what? Responsibility. 2 weeks, I think last month, I went to Rwanda. Still to look for knowledge about waste management. I wanted to see, Rwanda is the cleanest country. How are they doing it? I found the same method Rwanda is using. The same method China is using. However, for Rwanda, they have even a cleanup day where everyone must clean. Everyone must clean. And whatever even they're picking is not there because they don't pollute. And even if you throw something, like a baby will look at you and say, hey, who is this one? They look at you as if you are like a stranger. But for us in Uganda, throwing it's no more. Are we together? Chabuli Joe. But in most cases, if I'm with you, don't get disappointed. For me, one time, there was a girl who was entering in a taxi. She threw her bottle in a trench. I stopped the taxi. I said, from there up to here, you pick whatever is in the trench. She says, but I said, I don't want to speak a lot of words. Just pick in good faith. After I will tell you. I stopped the taxi. I even told the taxi, you go. I picked in my bag. I always have my biohazard bags. I gave her a biohazard bag. Pick. After picking, we moved together until we reached Wanokubas Park. There are dustbins that were put, and she had to put. I said, now, even I paid for her transport, you go. Next time, don't pollute. That's what I did. Very beautiful with the nails reaching there. Like, I said, I don't mind. So never get disappointed when you're with me. Today, I'm giving you an exam. All of us, we have plastic bottles. We are going to take water. But please, let's not leave any bottle inside. Let's not wait for the cleaners. Are we together? Thank you. Then refill. We always have dispenser bottles, or even our water bottles, reusable bottles. I like this gentleman's school. Mr. Mustafa, stand up. This is the school in Entebbe that their children will never visit zoo without every child having what? A reusable bottle. It is a must. Every child, even those ones who are young, babies, they come with their reusable bottles. If the water is heavy, they are going to get a ngakasero. But the teachers also help to carry. But there's no child who comes with a plastic bottle like this. I've never, for the years I've worked with this school. Then, anything that can rot, let it rot. So these are different areas of waste management. If you have realized, there are around over 10 areas of waste management. Now, there is what you call a waste management hierarchy. Waste management hierarchy, it was produced. This one is the hierarchy which was given to us by World Health Organization. That is who. Now, the most preferred to the least preferred. What is the most important for us to do if we want to manage waste? We prevent. Prevention is better than cure. We make sure we prevent, we reduce at the source. We make sure we don't produce it. Are we together? Then, if we fail, let us reuse. If we fail, let us recycle. If we fail, at least we can recover. But then, when everything fails, then we go for disposal. But for us, we start with disposing. Are we together? Before the other part of prevention, that is the best hierarchy that we should use when we are doing with any kind of waste. Now, these are some of the activities we do here in Entebbe, because I coordinate wildlife clubs in Entebbe. Where is Teacher Bernard? Not yet here. Now, we always have cleanup exercise. Every year, we have never missed. We only missed COVID years. We never missed. And we always make it the end of year party for wildlife clubs. After cleaning, UWEC gives us a subsidized entrance. We cut a cake, we come to the beach, we put music and enjoy our party after cleanup. And when we are cleaning, we always have our music. We clean with vibe when it is high, when we are enjoying. I had a cleanup when I had over 1,000 learners in Entebbe. Over 1,000. And now my patrons of Entebbe, I don't need to write for them letters telling them we are going to have a cleanup in November. They know it. It is always on their timetable, in the mind, even it's on their program. What they do, no, we have not. Are we having activity? I said yes. Okay, mobilize. They start mobilizing. By the time I bring the letter, they already have their students ready. That's what I do. Okay, But then clean up. What do we do with at the waste we pick? This was the forest, Katabi forest. After picking, we go and sort. Immediately from there, we clean, we make balls. Like if there are polythene bags, because the plastic bottles, people buy them. Each child goes at school with a ball. For us, we don't want the garbage collection truck. From there, it will be great out. The only thing I will do, I'll just get a string and we start making. That's how we start making balls and enjoy. And we involve media when you're doing our work. If you go on YouTube, we have so many videos about our cleanups. We have never missed any year. Then, this is Teacher Susan. Teacher Susan, where are you? Yes. So, are you seeing this beautiful lady? She's a patron of Lake Victoria School, the first school to have a waste management museum in Uganda. I don't think there's any school that has a museum. So when they are celebrating 100 years of their school, even the children of Amin started from that school. So they invited us and we gave them an insight of having a plastic museum. So this house here is made with plastics. So the Queen of Uganda, Najinda Sylvia, she entered into the museum and she saw a lot of amazing work that was done by the students. And it was something like I really wanted. But my dream is to have a bigger museum. Any innovation that somebody has ever done on waste management should be in that museum. That's my biggest dream. Once I get that one, my soul will rest in peace. But that is the big. I was trying to see if it can work with that school. But now we want to have something like the other information center of UWEC being a museum. That's one of the biggest dreams that I have that I should achieve before. Then we do community waste management. I know the thing is not much clear. One of my best moments in life, we went to a community in Kauku. It's a ghetto. Do you know what it means by a ghetto? People are smoking. There's a lot of life happening there. So we did our cleanup. They called us, please, we are rotting. Come and help us. We went, 3 of us. We got our hose and spades. Then we said, you know what we are going to do? We are going to do. It was a heap. You know why they always pile Kasasiro? You remember it is a ghetto. And they have small bars there. It was a heap. We cleaned everything and sorting it. From there, we made for them a garden using tires. Then where the heap of waste was, it is where they found the most beautiful place to sit and have their drinks. You can imagine that kind of thing. So from there, I told them, you are going to be the ambassadors. You are going to train other villages and I'll be checking you on a weekly basis. We had to make every Saturday as a cleanup day for Kauku. Every Saturday after my work, I rush there and I find already they are doing. So one village started teaching other villages. That was one of my most successful activities that I've ever done with my team. So, yeah, that's how they were seated. They put chairs and what, but that's where the heap of waste was. But after organizing it, they found it was even the most comfortable place for them to sit. Because some of the waste was almost entering into their homes. Yeah. Okay. Now, this is wait. I don't know, it's not playing, but I wanted to show you the video of compost making. at Via Via Hotel here in Entebbe, where I told you they use compost to generate heat for the hotels. And they are having nice compost that they are selling. They are selling compost in kilograms to the people who are doing flower gardens. I don't know, it's not playing. Anyway, let's continue because the guy. Now, we are going to sustainable development goals. Why do we need to manage waste? That's the reason. Why do we need to manage waste? And then the question still goes, after managing waste, what happens? So the answer of waste management is in sustainable development goals. And I'm going to see how I'm going to match it very well and we understand it better. SDGs, they look to be things for Bazungu. Are we together? But we are going to make it easy to the local muntu wa bulijjo to understand it better without cramming. Are we together? Now, no poverty. SDG 1. If we manage waste, having the other insights I gave you, repurposing, we gave a car tire another purpose of a chair. You make a lot of chairs and make money. Are you still poor? No poverty. Are we together? If you make compost, you sell and get money. You make a farmyard, backyard gardens, you get vegetables. You are making money. Are we together? Zero hunger. You can use waste to promote what we call sustainable agriculture. I did a presentation on sustainable waste management in zeroing out hunger in India. It was an online presentation. But I was trying to show you how you can use waste to establish a garden using waste as a compost. You get manure, then you use a kavera to have a garden, and then you have food. Are we together? It was something that was unique, and it is something that you can do at school. Those are the projects I'm talking about. Are we together? It is simple. I'm giving you an assignment. After reaching here, what are we supposed to do? After reaching school, collect the leaves. Are we together? From the compound. The kitchen waste, make a compost. Every month, turn it. The waste from the kitchen, amazi, go cause ebintu. If you have not used the liquid soap, don't use the liquid soap. You can use the normal bar soap. Then you power it in the compost. It helps it in what? In easing it to decompose. Then after like in 2 months, you can keep turning. 1 month you keep turning. The one that go up goes down. Then after you can have a sieve. You sieve, you get good soil. Then the good soil you use, get the bags for posho. Obukutiyo bajjamu posho kusomero. Are we together? Make a simple garden. Don't plant flowers. You see where the water flows. Our school compound. Get sacks. Get those sacks for posho. Sugar. You put them in a line. And get the other manure. You mix it with some soil. Have your simple vegetable garden. The vegetable garden, you get the vegetables. As a wildlife club, you can even sell them to the school. Instead of buying the market, you sell them in what? Have we solved the problem? Is there any science to talk about that? Good. Then we have good health and well-being. If the environment is dirty, we expect to have diseases. Are we together? But once we clean up our environment, we do proper waste management, we are free from diseases. So we have good health and we are all good. A healthy environment is our health. I think you've heard about that. Quality education. We are here learning about waste management. Are we together? Which means we are getting education. So through waste management, we can have some new ideas. We are having a new type of education. Are we together? Then, okay, thank you. Then, gender equality. Involve men and women. If you're at school, if you want to manage waste, do you know somebody, the first person to engage? They are the cleaners. first make them your friends. Because they're the ones who can just you can come up with a nice idea, but if you don't involve those cleaners, they will disappoint you. And don't use a lot of aggression, just convince them. Are we together? Let them be part of it. Let them be engaged. Don't use them, let them own it. Let them be part. Many schools have failed to sustain their projects because a teacher comes from the workshop, he does his things or her things alone without involving the cleaners, and yet he's supposed to be in class and the cleaner is cleaning. After sorting, the cleaner is mixed. Are we together? Because I'm always in school, so I'm taking as a what? As somebody who's at school. Then, clean water and sanitation. I want to tell you something. Here at that building, we have national water and sewage. All the water we use in Entebbe starts from here. If all the rubbish that comes from Entebbe ends into the lake, we are going to affect the other system. Are we together? Purifying that water becomes hard. So which means we shall not have clean water in Entebbe. That's why we always do a lot of cleanup. Cleanup is not just a function. The cleanup helps a lot. So, we have affordable energy. We always talk about biogas. It is from waste. It's affordable because it is made from waste. We talk about briquette making. After having your charcoal senyente, even if it's not even charcoal, you can even get the banana peelings. You cut into smaller pieces. Then after you get some sand, you mix them, get cow dung, something like that, and you make a briquette. Simple. There's no technology here. These are easy things. Research. Find out what other people are doing. Are we together? Decent work and economic growth. If we have environment which is free from pollution, we shall do our work decently. Are we together? And we shall economically develop. I gave an example of China. Free from pollution. China is a country without any petrol station. Which means they don't have any machine that uses what? Petrol. Everything is electronic. So they don't pollute anything. Come over house size. But that is someone's responsibility. Keep the tree on a daily basis. But for us, we have good soil. We have good environment. We plant a tree and we forget even to weed it. We have many trees. We have planted 1 million trees. Wow, well done. But the best way you can appreciate him, if he comes with a polythene bag to give you a gift, to buy for you snacks, everything is in Kavera. And the bond is now becoming what? Strong. After, when she's pregnant, the first requirement is a Kavera, where the baby is going to fall. And you have to make sure there is the gloves, the plastic that's going to receive the baby. And the doctor who is going to produce the baby must put on the plastic mask. What the baby will fall on? Plastic. What will receive the baby? Plastic. And the first thing the baby will see? Plastic. The bond is done. After a few days, you buy a diaper. So that the baby, when is feeling uncomfortable or crying, there's this kind of thing they put in the mouth, plastic thing. Not in the breast. You are busy, you're on TikTok, you're busy, you don't have time. You get the capri, and the baby keeps quiet. The baby, you always even affect the baby's digestion, because the baby, instead of taking milk, is taking his own saliva, and the baby is having ulcers at the early age because you want to be on TikTok. Are we together? From there, we are having a baby who has been raised. The way to show love to your child is taking them to the plastic playground. Freedom City, this world. Plastic. So, even the first toy you can buy for your child is not natural. It is plastic. So, you're mentally. So, to remove that mindset of plastic pollution from a child, it is hard because they already have a bond. So, congratulations. Thank you very much for working hard to have plastic children. Hallelujah. Then, I'm going to finish up with partnership. Any effort we do in conservation, it has to be partnership. You can't work alone. Are we together? It's better we work as a team. When you pattern, it becomes easy to have a waste management or a waste-free environment and what. Now, I still have issues with ladies, most especially ladies. I'm sorry. After putting on your beautiful lipstick, you go to the restaurant. They give you something to drink. Yogurt, soda. Then they said, you know what? I'm not seeing the straw. Are we together? Because what? So that your lips are not touching anyway, you just sip it with teeth. Are we together? But then when the bird sees this, the bird is going to think it is a nice looking worm to eat. So after when the bird is swallowing, are we together? The thing is not going to be swallowed. It's going to get stuck. The bird is going to die when it's seeing its life going because of a lipstick. Are we together? And when you ask them, it's only one. Just only one straw. But that word only one straw is said by million people. Even me, I will say it's only one straw. Even the other will say only one straw. That is the word said by million people. Where does it end? Into the water bodies, into the environment. We always take beer, these cans. So these animals always want to check what is inside. So they make sure they fix their heads. After when the head has reached there, the animal tries to get out, it can't get out. It loses oxygen and dies. For you, you've been going maybe to Kalangala, you're on the ferry, you have taken your drink. Guys, we're having fun, we're eating cash, you throw in the lake. Are we together? At the end of it all, somebody is dying. Imagine it was you getting stuck. Imagine these things reverse. Now, nature is the one doing the same to us. You are in an environment where you cannot save your life, and for sure, you can just... Then, these are fishing lines. We have a lot of animals living in the lake. The fishing lines of timber, we always pick them here. If an animal just puts its head somewhere like this, the more it keeps fighting, the more they squeeze. Many animals are dying. So plastics and other solid waste are silent killers to wildlife. So whatever we do, we have to keep in mind that we have to keep our environment clean and green. Now, so these are some of the activities that we have been doing here at UWEC. Conservation education in schools, communities, waste collection and sorting, ecosystem restoration. We have been working with the Makanaga wetland. We have been trying to restore, and now it is one of the key areas for tourism. Partnerships with different agencies. We also do research and other things. And then, let me see if this one also plays. Here I was in Chitezi. Right now, I'm giving you something interesting. We have new curriculum. Are we together? We have new curriculum, and they are bringing questions with scenarios. I'm happy I have my 3 strong people here. Others are not around, but I have Mr. Mukisa Emmanuel and Madam Gertrude. We have been working on education materials on pollution and waste management, and coming up with different scenarios which you can create for students, most especially in high school. We are writing new books to support the education curriculum. I have some questions that you can work on to have, most especially to entice the students to come up with projects. Are we together? Now, my questions goes like this. In pairs of groups, this is a classroom activity. In pairs of groups, learners research and describe on ways how the different categories of waste in their school or community can be managed. Learners observe and record the different categories and sources of waste. So from there, here you can have an activity where you bring every kind of trash, you put it there, all together. Then you say, the children are going to sort. After sorting, they are going to know which kind. For you, just say, I want you to sort the waste that is reused, which can be refused, which can be repurposed, which can be. Just for them, they will sort and they will come up with that sorted waste. Are we together? Then, okay, a hotel is practicing proper waste sorting. The municipal council truck mixes the sorted waste with waste from other homesteads, which all ends up in a landfill. The hotel management is not happy with the council's way of managing waste. So the question is, ask as a conservationist, advise both parties. I don't know if you have got my point. The hotel sorts the waste very well. After sorting it, a garbage collection truck comes to empty the dustbins, but they mix something which already what? Sorted. So, which advice can you give to the hotel, and which advice can you give to the municipal council? Because all of them are in a mistake. Are we together? After sorting, how can you allow your things to be put where they are not what? Can't you manage at your own area? Can't you have your compost? Can't you do this and this and this? Are we together? Municipal council, can't you have a day where you are taking the waste? Today, we are taking things that rot. Another day, we are taking so that when somebody has sorted, each day has its own day of transporting. And even the landfill, there are sediments. Things that rot go here. Things that don't rot go here. Something simple. Okay. Messenger finds his mother burning waste after sweeping the compound daily. The items burnt include plastics, paper, leaves, and kitchen waste. The neighbors complain about the foul smell and smoke from the burning waste. Every time Messenger comes from home, he finds the mothers burning after sweeping, which we all do. Are we together? So, as the learner, explain the impacts of the above activity on environment and health of people. Guide the parents on what should be done to minimize complaints from the neighbors. Those are assignments you can give your students. New curriculum. Now, after the collapse of Chitezi landfill that resulted into the death of over 30 people and destruction of properties in Kampala, the Kampala City Authority stopped all garbage collection trucks from dumping waste in that landfill. The community members started putting their solid waste on the streets of Kampala. That's what happened. That's a real life thing, what happened. Now, a question. As a student who passes through these city streets on daily basis, going to school, which advice can you give to KCCA to solve such a problem? Zembawa. So, I have so many, but now, for whatever tukoze, katugezeko, mwebale nnyo, asante sana. Thank you so much. So, most of these videos that I was trying to play and they failed, because of time, don't have time, you can go on my YouTube account, Mr. Julius Mr. Wildlife, you'll find those videos. If you want for the cleanup, just go on Google, type wildlife clubs of Entebbe schools mobilize for cleanup. You're going to see those videos of our cleanup or cleanup exercises, school cleanup exercises in Entebbe. They'll bring a lot of those videos of our activities that have been doing, and have been taken by NBS, UBC, different televisions. Because of time, I beg to stop here, and now we are going at the Waste Management Unit to have some simple what? Activities, or to have some simple insights. Are we together? Kale, thank you. Tugende. We don't have time. From now, the tone is going to change. Anyone who has a question before I go? Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wildlife, for what you've shared.
Okay.
One of the things you shared, it's vital that we use sorting as a profession.
Mm.
And I like it that for
Yeah.
But there's a theory of incinerated waste.
Mm.
What you just told from the leaves, especially after collecting and sorting and it's done, burning waste in the proper way. What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, about the incineration. Incineration is burning waste, not in open space, and that is for the medical waste. Are we together? Remember when I talked about managing waste at the source, there are different ways, and I gave those errors. So incineration comes in those errors. Are we together? Now, when you put that waste into an incinerator, most especially the medical waste, it turns into ash. When it turns into ash, I have a friend, he's called Frank Kamugisha. That guy is still winning us in waste management. He's one of the people I admire. Are we together? I just love him. When he's talking, I just keep quiet. He does incineration where all his waste, he picks anything from the environment, everything turns into ash. When it turns into ash, he makes roofing tiles from that ash. Are we together? He makes pavers from the same ash. He makes construction bricks. I'm a broker from that ash. It's beyond me. Are we together? For me, what I'm doing right now with my team, or what we are doing here, it is hands-on, simple things for students, because this is the education area. But for him, he does it as a commercial. He's employing over 50 people. Are we together? Any other question? Tuli bulungi? Yes. Okay.
This rate may be a bit low, but if you share the presentation with us on media, especially the platform,
It's okay. I'm going to share the presentation, our forum for the coordinators. Are we together? Because I believe everyone is here is on the forum for coordinators and patrons. Carl, I will share. Thank you. Okay. Because of time, I beg to stop here, and the tone is going to change. Stand up! Katuma J. We are going to.
I recognize the arrival of our dear manager, Afande Vanis. You're most welcome. In your absence, we had our dear manager, Human Health Conflicts, with us, and our senior manager, Education and Awareness. They were in the earlier sessions, and colleagues had a marvelous presentation from Mr. Julius Mwesije, who did a good job. We've been through a practical session that I'm certain the members can testify that they still want to do it. And for that reason, we are going to add you more time with this gentleman here, very experienced, very passionate towards waste management. I'm going to take us through a very simple presentation, and it's going to cost us little time for us to benchmark on. My name is Emmanuel Mukisa, and before I speak, I would love to hear from you. Do we have anyone who is familiar to conservation and sustainable living among us? I'm certain you are, but maybe it's a hard language. I'm going to simplify it. Because as a matter of fact that we've gathered here and we've left all our business behind, that means we are interested in this particular topic, that is conservation. Okay? Ministers, the board members of the wildlife clubs of Uganda, and of course seniors. I don't want to forget to recognize mentors like Mr. Douglas Mugumya. Thank you so much for being a ministers. Teachers from different parts of the country, patrons, students, and everyone who is here. I want to appreciate you for choosing the right place to be and doing the right thing at the right time. So most of us are coming from schools, right? From schools, right? Do you think your school is part of the community? Are you sure? I want someone who has a different mind on that. Because now we want to look at how the community can engage in a sustainable living. How can you as a community, okay, tackle this issue of a sustainable living, but also ensuring that we do wildlife conservation? Now, this topic might seem it's not part of you because most of you are patrons of schools, head teachers, student leaders, and this might be, according to some of us, this might be a different topic that you don't feel like having. But the question that has popped into our minds, and I can agree that the eyes have it. The eyes are saying the school is a community, right? It's not. This is not going to be a hard task for me. Well, the answer is yes. I don't know how many of you are not part of the not coming from schools. It's maybe maybe you are leaders in communities and so forth. All of us are coming from schools. Now, a community is basically a group of people with an identifier, with a common goal, living together. So, as a matter of fact that you are in a school and that qualifies to be a community, there are things that we can do to ensure that there is wildlife conservation, but also sustainable living. Now, sustainability. Conservation, by the way, is the mother of sustainability. Because in the simplest term, we define conservation as a sustainable use of resources. Okay? As we are conserving the wildlife, we're not saying that don't touch, because there are two concepts. Here we're talking about conservation. We come here every day to see the wildlife. You are shooting them with the eyes, not with a gun, not with the arrows, not with the spears, and therefore you are utilizing the wildlife, but you are not posing them to risk so long as you do it sustainably. Now, the sustainability aspect is using something to meet your desires and aspiration without compromising that of the future generation. Subsequent speakers here have been speaking about how we borrowed this planet from our ancestors, and we ought to push it to our children and also our grandchildren and so forth. So now, if you are living a sustainable living today, how many of you are thinking about your grandchildren? Okay, I'm exempting those who have children. I want people like Aziz. People like Aziz who don't have children. Are you thinking about your children? Or you are not? Or you don't care? So long as you have your plot of land, you use it the way you want. You have your forest, you have a plot of land adjacent to a river, you deposit there waste without caring, because you don't need to know whether your children who perhaps inherit your land will live in a polluted environment, will be susceptible to diseases like cancer, will be susceptible to climate change crisis. So for us to understand and do something good for this particular environment, we ought to think about, one, the people who left this particular environment for us, and two, the people whom we have to leave this environment to. Because we are living in a cycle. 100 years from now, we shall all perhaps be in heaven, and maybe a few of us shall still be within. But imagine 100 years from now and we no longer have Lake Victoria. We don't have the grey-crowned crane, our national emblem. And our children perhaps just need to see that in the monuments, like how we saw Mr. Wildlife trying to renovate the dinosaur. None of us has ever seen the dinosaur, but there is proof and evidence that it lived. So we all have a role to play in ensuring that there is a sustainable living. And we want to zero it down to our particular areas in schools where we dwell. Why do we care about a sustainable living? Why should we? Why does it even matter? This particular topic, this particular picture is picked from Soronko district. Bama saba huli waena. Muliao kama huwa? Mwamanya siroho? Hari mwamanya nguru wembo? Sorry. I am now going to speak another language, but for now, for the purpose of sustainability. This picture was taken from Soronko, and as you see there is flooding that has made people homeless. This is not an issue that is only in the eastern part of the country where the sun rises from, but even in the west where it sets, we have been seeing almost in every area we are having floods. People from Kasese, Chitich, Muneyo, na banzire chitakani chetu. Now, so sustainability saves us from, there is a law in the law of ecology. My brother Dan loves ecology so much, so he should be familiar to this law that there is nothing that is as such as a free lunch. You can never have a free lunch. At the bottom line, you need to pay for what you use. Now, that is why we need sustainability, because there is nothing such as a free lunch. That should be the third law of ecology. It has to strike back. Now, I'm not saying that we are not that we didn't do well, but there is something we need to correct. Now, we might go ahead and we don't care about sustainability because, like Julius was saying, it's just one straw, it's just one straw, it's just one straw. But you don't know how many people are doing that particular straw. It's just one tree, it's just one tree, it's just one plastic. It doesn't hurt, no one is watching. 1,000 people right there are living in your same circle. They are doing exactly what you are doing. And when the repercussions come, they don't hit only one person. Yesterday we were around the lake and we saw how heavy the winds are. But year in, year out, around between July and September, the winds are always heavy on the lake. However, it is now stronger. Why? Because most of us who live closer to the water bodies, we used to think they are just two trees only. There are only two trees. There are only two trees, and everyone was doing that. And guess what? Windbreakers have drastically reduced. And therefore, when these trade winds hit, they don't find windbreakers. They are killing our relatives on the lakes, and we don't know that we are murderers. Why? Because we are not the heat waves. Last year, the heat waves were tight. It's costing us. It's not costing just the educated, the people in the east, in the ACs. It's costing everyone without exempting you. So we need to care about our environment and ecosystems. There are things that, for instance, you may not know how important a bee is, the particular bee. But Mommy, I got so much interested yesterday when they were introducing her as one of the oldest members who started up a particular wildlife clubs. Julius, our region is called our village. Where we come from, me and you. Katerera. Rubirizi. Very good. Mommy from Rubirizi can testify how important a bee is. Because it's very important in ensuring that her crops are pollinated. But a bee is part of the ecosystem. And once we do not do a sustainable living, once we do not care about what to do, we clear everything, we do whatever we want, these animals that are very key, the animals that are called keystone species in environment, might get extinct. And therefore, the repercussions shall be on a trader, because you will not have the products to sell, shall be on a farmer, because you do not now have, even perhaps your land is now no longer fertile, because you cleared all the trees, you polluted your environment. By the way, how many of us, Julius talked about waste management, I don't want to go so much in there. How many of us endeavor to sort our waste? Sorting is very key, because you never know how much it's going to save you. Okay, depositing off there because you want to just you want to clean your house and leave your veranda dirty. You want to throw garbage without precaution. Now, it is going to affect our environment and ecosystems. And an ecosystem is basically an area where both living and non-living organisms interact. So everything around there is going to be messed up. Our aquatic ecosystems, the water. Today, we do not have any other lungs apart from the wetlands. Okay? How do you call lungs, Papa, in the... Come from? Central.
Amaugwe.
Amaugwe. Amaugwe. Amaugwe. So, if you try to breathe in, just breathe in. Don't breathe out. Breathe in. Now, the wetlands, which are our natural Amaugwe, they call them Ebisharara in the West. Ebisharara, very key. If we do not if we don't utilize them sustainably, they will reach their carrying capacity and they will burst. Because when you try to breathe in, you reached a particular point that you were no longer able to breathe. You had to stop. God has actually gifted us with a wisdom. We can use what we see to interpret what we cannot see. Wetlands are very important, but if we do not utilize them sustainably, people next to wetlands, even schools next to wetlands, you are channeling your sewage in the wetlands. Your school is very clean. It has a very sweet uniform. Every parent wants to bring the children to your school because they speak very good English. But we are sitting on a time bomb. So we need to put that in consideration. The improved health and well-being, I talked about that already. The moment we do not utilize our environment sustainably, we are definitely going to we are susceptible to different diseases that could definitely even compromise on our quality of life. The economic benefits, when you live sustainably, you earn sustainably. When you utilize something sparingly, you earn forever. But yes, you can actually get so much money if you cut down a whole forest. But that lasts for a moment. But you can earn so sustainably if you perhaps transform your forest into an ecotourism site. How many of you are birders here? Yes, this lady actually, the other lady right there. Very good birders. How much money does a birder get on a one trip? A birder, she can actually tell us, because a birder is not paid like any other field guides. Perhaps maybe at least $70 and above per day. But now the forest is very key. The wetland is very paramount in hosting these birds. Okay, we just need just a little bit of polishing, but every particular person here comes from a village, and every village has natural resources, and every natural resource is very key in ecotourism. So we have gold that we're not making use of. So I want to share with you some of the projects that you can do. You can do as a community, as a school, as an individual, that you can venture in to ensure that we can live sustainably. And one of them is ecotourism. Okay? Ecotourism. Ecotourism is actually the lowest hanging fruit. The lowest hanging fruit. You see, when I speak about ecotourism, there is a Bruce is like, that is it. Because Bruce, I know you are doing tremendous work in Bigodi. How many of you have visited Bigodi? Bigodi. Isn't it a change maker in ecotourism? It is something that we can benchmark on. And we have a resource there, Bruce. People in conservation, they don't mince knowledge. And in this workshop, we are not here to isolate ourselves. Let's try to approach people like Bruce for knowledge in ecotourism and how we can develop it. Now in Bigodi, I don't have the audacity to speak about Bigodi. He will actually share more how they have developed products that attract tourists, products that attract money. That's why I'm telling you, ecotourism is a low-hanging fruit, because you can do ecotourism from anywhere, even in your school. All of us in our schools, we have forests, we have perhaps some few trees. We even have programs nowadays that we have project work. They can also attract people to come and appreciate and learn. That's all ecotourism. So we need to venture into such sustainable ventures. We're working on 2 ecotourism sites that are being handled by Uganda Authority and UWEC-CA in Makanaga and in Zingola. Yeah. So we've supported communities to establish themselves in this particular potential of a low-hanging fruit. And it is not rocket science. Okay. People are doing traditional local cuisines. Most of us here know how to cook. Oluwombo, we know how to cook. Sombe, we know how to cook. Malewa, we know how to cook. Atapa. And there are people who want to test that. Tourism is not rocket science, but you can identify different products. What people can do. Nature walks just around your area. You can merge. Okay. These schools should collaborate with local authorities. Okay. It's only us that we have not realized that we can be the fountain of change. There are countries that schools are the ones that initiate change. You write a concept, share it with the local authorities on how best you can protect a particular ecosystem. Okay? People coming next to the rivers, schools next to mountains, schools next to natural resources. You can write a concept as wildlife clubs of Uganda in your particular chapter, share with local authorities. Do not hesitate to seek for guidance. I'm trying to sell Bruce to you. He's very good at ecotourism. Danny Mirembe here, very resourceful. I don't want to talk about that table because you're going to break them with weight. They have excelled in that figure. Now, write a concept, share with your authorities to see how best you can protect that resource. And you can be a stakeholder in it. You can earn tremendously, sustainably, without ceasing. That's how best we can go there. Sustainable agriculture. Julius here will still show you some ways that we are doing backyard gardening with the small land we have. So you don't need to say, hey, sustainable agriculture, pass. That one in my school, it doesn't work. It works. Because even if you had land just like this building and your school is only this building, you can still do agriculture sustainably. Okay? Not rocket science. You'll be hitting a lot of birds with one stone. We have done a particular project where we used plastic bottles to make it as the garden. Okay? Those tires, caveras. So that's all sustainable tourism, but also sustainable agriculture, but also just minimize on using artificial fertilizers. Change starts with us as a school. Let's share this. Let's integrate this education in our curriculum. And maybe some teachers even shy away to talk about the things because maybe you don't set them, but let's try to integrate them so that students leave our school when they have something to do. Now, there is also community forest. Like I said, the community is not just a community that is not your school. Even as a school, how many schools have forests, by the way? Let me start with this one. He's so confident. Papa, which school and how big is your forest and how have you earned from that forest? How are you doing it?
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. That is Maddox Secondary School. Maddox Secondary School in the Chinjojo district. We have like 6 acres of eucalyptus forests that we normally harvest for the firewood that supply the school. And even building timber to make chairs and whatnot. So that's how we have been benefiting. And more so, bees like the eucalyptus to make their products. Yeah, thank you.
Asante sana, our brother from Maddox in Chenjojo, right? Maddox in Chenjojo. Now, they are doing their own forest. Are you doing agroforestry, or you are just harvesting and then are you planting again? Yeah, it is key in fact to regrow a tree. Regrow, not to replant. It's key to regrow. So we ought to have a forest. Every school that has land, every school ought to have at least trees around them. It's very important. It's very important. But now, you're looking at other projects like maybe beekeeping. Okay, it is also one of the green ventures that we can go into. We are one. We are trying to, we are getting revenue, but at the same time, we are having the polluters, the polluter number risen. You get it? Okay, next. Waste management and recycling. Waste management, I don't want to repeat it. This man has spoken so much about waste management, but at your school level, if you can prevent, especially plastics, prevent them. You know, prevention is better than cure. If you can't prevent, then reduce on the amount of plastics, caveras that come into your school. Okay, and this shouldn't stop with our schools. We also exit to our communities where we live. Every school has to leave an impact. Every wildlife club has to leave an impact in the community. Least we would be doing nothing. Okay, yeah, because even Christ himself, he knew the truth and he didn't keep it for himself. He spread it. Spread it. So you need to spread it. Let's benchmark on spreading the gospel so that we do not, it doesn't die with us. Okay? Please. Reusing is key. Manager is a preacher. Reusing is very key. Reusing. Okay? Let us reuse. If you open your bottle, those bottles that you're having there, the Renzori bottles, if you check behind, you will see the number of time it has been recycled. So it's being reused. Okay? So let's not encourage using single-used plastics and then you throw and then they're ending up in our wetlands, they're ending up in our forests, ending up in our rivers, and that is absolutely zero sustainability. Okay. As a school, we ought to have dustbins and each dustbin has to be for a particular waste. So to encourage sorting from source. Sorting from source is important, and therefore we ought to have variable dustbins. Talked about community forest, then fisheries management. Now, I'm not asking you to go and maybe start up a pond as your school, which you can if you can. But as schools, I want us to be a watch of resources around us. Every school, if you are next to a river, if you're next to a forest, if you're next to a lake, let us wildlife clubs members, we ought to be the custodians of that resource. Because wildlife club, it is not private. Okay? We ought to be custodians of that resource. How? We ought to monitor our resources. And those are projects that we can pick interest. Okay? We pick interest in protecting our resources, in protecting that particular. For instance, there are people who come within Entebbe, and Entebbe has many breeding grounds. Okay? Breeding grounds of fish. How many of you have taken interest in monitoring? How many of you? There is my sister there from just next to the lake. You are in fact Maryland, where the lake starts. Now, have you picked interest in finding out the breeding grounds around? Because there is a breeding ground in Nachogo, there is a breeding ground in Guda, there is even a breeding ground just along here on this Entebbe Road. Those are very important grounds, but people are still fishing in them. How can you, as wildlife clubs of Uganda, Maryland chapter, in fact, when you say Maryland chapter, already someone will know you have interest in what? In protecting the what? The aquatic ecosystem. So, how can we protect these resources as schools? We need to protect these resources as schools, as a small club. If people are encroaching on Chitubulu and your school is just next to Chitubulu, and you are relaxing because you are just students, you are just wildlife clubs, you will go to the zoo and see the lions. Chitubulu has Mr. Douglas here was doing an inventory. I happen to have participated. Very many wildlife. But now for you are stepping back. Even yourself, you are not participating in protecting it. As a school, you are a community, and you have so much potential that you are yet to use. Nevertheless, it's never too late. Let's identify all those potentials that we can help. There are very many things we can do as a school, very many projects. Let's not zero down to only one project. Maybe all of us are doing waste management, and these are very virgin areas we can tap into. I know you thought I'm still adding. Any questions? Any questions? Have you understood? Please ask. Since you have no questions, I'm not going to ask anyway. I don't know how to ask questions. I will just invite any of you who wants to. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Geoffrey Entebbe is my name. My question is, after conservation, then sustainability, what is beyond sustainability?
So what is beyond sustainability? Now, what you are earning from living a sustainable life is what is exactly beyond sustainability. And we started with that. I said, why sustainability? Why do we need to care about that? Because if we live a sustainable life, we have a healthy life. You see that? If we don't, you get it? If we don't live sustainably, we have extinction. If we don't live sustainably, we are going to have earthquakes everywhere. We are going to have landslides everywhere. So, you don't want to see what is there. We'd rather see what is after living a sustainable life. And that's why you see we are living. If our ancestors were hunting for animals that were pregnant, perhaps my totem is a waterbuck in summer. I would not be seeing it. But our ancestors were sustainable hunters. And that's why most of us have totems. So we need to see that lives beyond sustainability. But we cannot afford to see what lives beyond unsustainable living. Any other question?
Yeah, it's not a question, but just to appreciate what you shared, my young brother Mukisa. My name is Bruce, and you talked about ecotourism and rated business. Like my brother talked about sustainable agriculture that can be linked to waste management. You're sorting biodegradable and non-biodegradable waste. The compost is now going to the garden, and the garden is now sustainable agriculture. And then you're also doing the beekeeping. Probably you're doing coffee growing, and the bees are doing the pollination. So if you have such projects feeding into each other, it becomes more interesting and learning points for our young children. But also at the same time, we can tap into it from the ecotourism point of view. Because, for example, my brothers and sisters from Kisoro, the Elgon area, and other areas where there's potential of tourism, some of these people are interested in coming to our communities and visiting our schools. So if we have a capacity built for our young children, they can take these people through the systems I've just talked about, and oftentimes it's very rewarding. We've had people come and support schools because of the clubs that have done exceedingly very well. The other point I want to talk about is we are all here as patrons and concerned people, but we'll never do anything good if we don't do anything at home. We'll not do a lot of work at school, we'll not do a lot of work in institutions we serve if there is nothing we are doing good at home. So from what Mr. Wildlife shared with us, there are simple practices we can start with: sorting waste, doing all the good things. It should start with us. Let's not go and do a lot of vibe at school and in communities, but when our homes are actually not doing a lot of work. So finally, I just wanted to hint a bit on what ecotourism is, because it's one area that you talked that I'm a bit familiar with. It's tourism that aims at environmental conservation, but also it aims at benefiting the local communities. Where I come from is next to Kibale National Park, and it's one of those areas that we have actually excelled in, maybe if I may use the word like he used. So one of the key things that we did in our village, Bigodi, is conserving a wetland. There's a wetland that is next to the park, and local community members sat together and decided to conserve this. So the birds, the mammals, and extra are also living in there. And as a result, we have now so many people coming into our village. When people come into our village, there's quite a lot that happens. The income of the locals increase because so many people are participating in craft making, in local guiding, and even in homestay business, where you can have a homestay that can actually host people and they stay at your place and you get income. So when you conserve, you can't go wrong from so many fronts. That's my brief submission, and I would like to end it here, but also to thank you so much, Mr. Mukisa, for all that you shared. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Once again, my name is Odur Daniel from Lira. Mine is a bit ambitious. I don't know whether I can be supported in it in any way. As I said yesterday, the emblem that we use is the rhino. But the strange thing is, we don't have a rhino in the whole sub-region of Langu. Is it possible, by any means, that maybe we can create a way of reintroducing the rhino in the area? Thank you.
You are so lucky that you asked questions when the experts are just on my right. That I'm not going to answer, but I'm going to pass my mic to my right. And to start with, I would love to share my mic with my senior and my boss, Afande Gertrude. I want to share this mic so that you can supplement on this. And after that, Afande Sharon will share something, and lastly we shall listen to Afande Vanis, who is my manager, and I'm certain you are going to listen to knowledge from this side. So all your questions have been heard, and we are going to have the best out of it.
Thank you, Emma. I'll start with the last one concerning the rhino. Like the one who asked before about sustainable living. If Emma tried to answer somehow, and it draws us back to what he's asking about the rhino, that if we don't do anything about it, then we get to a level where we have no escape and we lose the resource that would have helped us. So my brother about the rhino, because of our indiscipline, we destroyed the resource that we had. But as a nation, we have alternatives. So since you're in Lango region, your neighbors in Nakasongola have tried to do something. And as a nation, we are trying to see how we can introduce some of the animals that have gone extinct or have been killed in this nation by reintroducing them or trying to raise them on the ground. Yesterday, I think in our tour, we saw the rhinos in one of the cages. So as a nation, just a few days, or just in 1 week ahead, we are going to have rhinos. We have a rhino naming ceremony, and we are beginning to celebrate the rhinos in this nation. And we will be removing some of the rhinos from that sanctuary to move them to another sanctuary. But the challenge we have is that the ones you're looking for, we don't have any remaining rhinos, because we used to have the white rhino, the northern white, but currently we don't have any surviving. There's only one which the scientists are struggling to see if they can use the remaining species to carry the womb and we be able to reproduce others. So what we have currently is the black rhino and the southern white, which are not native to us. So there is hope. And once those numbers have increased, then can Lango region establish a sanctuary where they can boast of rhinos in their territory.
Maybe if I can add something. Of course, Wildlife Clubs of Uganda was not just born yesterday. You heard it was born long time ago when the rhinos were still alive and kicking. They were there. And a rhino is a flagship species for conservation. It is one of those animals that are very distinct, very strong, very symbolic, very charismatic, but highly threatened. So wildlife clubs use that rhino to show its strength. I'm sure they sat and said which animal can ably represent the clubs because of its strength, because of its aggressiveness, because of, all many other characters. But with time, definitely it went extinct. But they had the time even to change the species. But we don't want to lose the what can I call it? The history, the story, and also it's a reminder of the cost of extinction. We need to look at the possibility of restoration like she mentioned. So we cannot just easily take it out and say, because we don't have the rhino, and therefore we can pick on another monkey probably. And what if it extincts as well? We shall not run away, we shall not shy away from using it, because it should remind us of the success or of the loss that we suffered. But we are, like Gertrude mentioned, we are doing everything possible to restore it, to bring it back, including even the black rhino. Yeah, I wanted to add that.
Thank you. I think Madame Vanis and Gertrude have answered the two questions ably. What I can add is on sustainability. After we've conserved and we have sustainably lived, what next? Of course, the presenter really told you why we need to sustainably manage. Is because of the reasons that they've talked about, the rhinos going extinct. If we don't live sustainably, then those are the challenges that will come up. We'll end up having species that are no longer around for us to see. A good example from your question from the gentleman was about the rhino. So we need to ensure that we sustainably manage our resources. If we do not, then the future generation will not benefit. Actually, we shall be held liable for, because we are here to protect so the future generation can be able to enjoy what God gave us. So basically, sustainability is very key. And of course, in sustainability, we need to know how to coexist with the species, with the environment, what we have right now. How do we coexist with them? Because I come from a background of human-wildlife conflict, as I told you. One of the biggest challenges that lead to extinction and all this is the conflict. So if people keep looking at the the resources as a problem, the wildlife as a problem, and they think they should just do away with them, kill them because they want to live, in the long run, we shall have, such cases. We shall no longer have wildlife, and of course, it affects the ecosystem, like the ecologists have told us. So let's know that sustainability is the way to go. Thank you.
I want to emphasize on sustainable living. And he posed it so well. After sustainability, or after sustainable living, then what? Then what? They are beyond other concepts, definitely. They are beyond concepts of doing less harm. Doing less harm. She mentioned coexistence, regenerative living. There is restorative development. We need to restore, like she mentioned. There is thriving. We need to coexist. We have to know that monkeys also, or baboons, or they were here before us. Why do we want to displace them? And we claim that we should live here and not them. Many times we receive phone calls. Somebody, come and take away your monkeys. And you're like, what about you? Who lived there before the other? Even people who are biblical, we see that the animals were there first. So we need, there's net positive impact. Net positive impact. I mean, what are we adding? Are we leaving this world a better place than we found it? Even God, when he was, somebody says, I'm going to preach. Even when God put us in the world, he gave us some orders. Go and make it a better what? A better place. We replenish it, we make it better. Even in our living area, when somebody gives you a house, do you just say, let me not touch it? You have to make it better than what? You left it. So, net positive impact, you must add value. You must leave it than you found. But I'm normally quarreling with people who are selling these property owners. They go get a certain prime, pristine area. They cut all the trees down, then they start advertising. Come and buy a plot of land, 50 acres, 10 acres. But why are you cutting down all the trees? Who said that me who is coming to buy, I don't want the trees, to find the trees there? Say it the way it is so that I see what I can do about it. you know? So we need to ensure that beyond sustainable living, we have all these other concepts that we are talking about as conservationists. And we need to really bring them out for people to do less harm to the environment. Thank you. Thank you, Manuel.
Thank you so much. Like I told you, you didn't clap, but when they spoke, you had to clap because knowledge comes from the right. Thank you so much, Afande, for such knowledge that you've shared. In conservation, you don't mize knowledge. You had the new terms. And someone from the lake want to speak something. I don't know that you are now been baptized and you are now saved. You want to save the environment as well.
Thank you so much, Emma, and all members. Good afternoon to all. Yes, I'm not going to speak in line with the lake or the swamp. I'm still going to talk about that animal, that rhino. Time back, I think it's like 7 months or 8 months ago, I visited this place and I happened to go and see that animal. And then this is what I had. That animal, I think you have two animals, the two rhinos. But I was told one rhino has spent 20 years. They even put a male one, but refused to reproduce. Yeah? And we are looking at utilizing these resources. So the facilitator asked what is the reason. People are saying climate. I hear that this one is not cute for the other one, it is not interested. So it's like we are also not doing something. We need to do something about the rhinos, because if the rhino is over 20 years, don't you think that its life expectancy is too short? What if it dies without reproducing? It means we are also not utilizing. So it is high time we do carry out research and utilize those rhinos that are there. There are only two, they need to reproduce.
That is a very prudent point. We are going to address that without fail. I'm going to respond to that, but let me first get this question.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm Samuel from Day2. It seems we have now opened up the discussion to whatever we have observed and learned. Yesterday when we were making a round tour of the zoo, there's one thing I observed. It is true from Kampala, Chidepo is the farthest national park. And you brought it into context within the zoo and made it the farthest, trying to bring the true picture of what is in reality. For us to promote sustainability, we need to infuse knowledge. We have to transfer this knowledge to the young ones and also bring about the local environment here. Now, when you go to the Chidepo exhibit, we expect to find what is in Chidepo there. We are all aware that Chidepo is in Karamoja. What surprised me was we got the longhorn cattle in the Chidepo exhibit, which I would have expected to find in the Lake Mboro exhibit, because that is where the longhorn cattle are supposed to be found. I am wondering, is it not possible for the zebu, the boran, and these other Karamoja cows to live in this environment, so that we bring context into reality as we transfer this knowledge to the young ones? Thank you. Then second, on a selfish note, there is that big event coming about the naming of the rhinos. And it's going to be in Nakasongola. I'm from Day2 Senior School, Luero, and that is part of Greater Luero. They always say that when you sit next to a woman and you don't say anything, you will end up fetching firewood in her wedding. I don't want to be that man who will go and fetch firewood in the wedding. I want to utilize the opportunity. I am here. May we as a school within that great region be given a special invitation to attend the naming ceremony of the rhinos as the Wildlife Club of Ndege School. I request publicly. Thank you.
You are very political. You don't want to fetch water.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm happy I'm the one who took you around yesterday for a tour. And about the Ankole cows being in Chidepo. The fact is, these Ankole cows used to be in Lake Imburu exhibit. I went together, but then we received cheaters, and the exhibit was split in two. So the resources that were there, they couldn't manage the Ankole what? Ankole cows. Then the only option was to take them to the other side of Chidepo where there was what? Much space. The question is, why do we have Ankole cows? I think I explained it clearly. The population of Ankole cows is reducing because many people have gone into Frisian cows and other species of cows, and yet they have a strong story from the other story of the Bachwezi people. It is historical cow. Many people have seen different types of cows, but when they look, most especially our tourists, when they look at the cow with such horns, they said, oh my God, I've never seen something amazing like this. Are we together? So the reason why we are having cows, it is just to remind people that this species is reducing. And let me tell you a secret. The word money comes from cows. Who owns cows has money. Somebody with cows is somebody with money. The word Entebbe, are we together? Means a cow. Are we together? Then sir, like sir, Entebbe is like chairman. Sente is somebody with money. That is somebody with cows. Are we together? So which means if somebody has more cows, he has more money. Ankole cows were seen as a sign of prestige, as a sign of wealth. So many people could think about numbers, not about the quality. So by the time we had issues where people are having Frisian cows that gives more milk, and then talk about, they also give them meat, they said Ankole cows can go what? Aside. But yet they are indigenous cows. Are we together? They have nice story behind. Even the other ones in Karamoja also have what? Good stories. However, this specific species, because of its appearance, it brings attention to the visitors here. Are we together? And then the longhorns. Again, I told you the relevance of domestic animals in conservation. I remember I explained it very well. I said, without domestic animals, we may not manage some solving issues of wildlife. We have issues of poaching. Are we together? We have issues of poaching, and the best alternative to give somebody who's doing poaching to get wild meat or to get meat, we always advise them to have domestic animals. I also explained clearly that I told you that our animals in zoos here, we cannot go every day we hunt buffaloes and antelopes to feed our lions. The best alternative is domestic animals. Bro, don't take it personal. Why Karamoja not that? This time we are just having an Ankole cow to represent all domestic animals like goats and what and what. Are we together? As clear as that. Okay. Then about the rhino, here about the rhino, I typed this word, strong like rhinos for a sustainable living. Are we together? What does it mean? If we are having our symbol as a rhino, let's put the other part of the extinction story aside. But now we are following culture, because in conservation we also work in hand with culture. The other gentleman talked about the rhino being a strong animal. When he's moving, it's not himself, it's the rhino moving. Are we together? He feels that energy. Like somebody putting on Wildlife Clubs of Uganda t-shirt with a rhino. You are becoming a rhino of conservation. You have that power. Are we together? So in order to live a sustainable living, let us all be like rhinos. Let us be strong. Let us not be people of words, but people of actions. Let us stop talking. Let's start working. Are we together? We have a WhatsApp forum. I pray that after like 1 week or two, or maybe when the term starts, I want to see the results. Are we together? I want to see my school has done this. My school has done. I want to see the rhino in us. Are we together? So when I say strong like rhinos, the next word is sustainable living. Are we together? Okay. Strong like rhinos for a sustainable living. I'm not feeling the rhino in you. Let the rhino, I want to see like when the rhino is moving, you feel the dust, yeah? So talk louder, stronger like a rhino. So I'm repeating. Strong like rhinos for a sustainable living. No, you are going to shake your heads like this. I want to see like a rhino went as charged, yeah? You stand up guys, stand up. I want to see the rhino in you. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I want to see the rhino in you. In the name of conservation. Okay. When I say strong like rhinos for, you say sustainable. I want the head to shake like a rhino charging. Are we together? Okay. 1, 2, 3, go. Strong like rhinos for a sustainable living. Yeah, I know you are going to make it. Clap your hands.
Yeah, I wanted to add that this education center, I know you looked at different exhibits and maybe they were falling short of some of what you expected. As Uganda Wildlife Authority, we must say that this education center is one of the best in Eastern Central Africa, but it is still operating under minimal of its capacity. It is not yet there where we want it to be. We should be having many animals, even animals that don't exist here. Reason is that it is an education center. It should show you bears, it should show you kangaroos, that animals that don't necessarily exist here. So we have a plan, we have a bigger plan to ensure that we have all the animals of the world in this education center. And I think just fear to tell you that it seems that the Balalo have now gone to Karamoja. They have taken the Ankole cow there. But he explained that it's because of the space that they needed to have that cow there. But as an interpreter, you need to be very clear that they are no Ankole. They don't cross, they're not supposed to cross the Nile. But now they cross there, even in Sudan and elsewhere. But we are going to do everything possible to ensure that this education center is a masterpiece. You'll find different animals of the world. But you have to bear in mind that some of those animals that are here are orphaned, they were injured, they could not be taken back. We have tried to catch a leopard, and it's not easy. Very elusive, very, very difficult to capture. We had cheetahs. I think they couldn't stay longer in captivity. And I don't want to call it captivity, but it takes a lot to look after these animals. You need a lot of resources. Elephants eat a lot. Lions eat a lot. So, but now we are stronger, we are bigger. We are asking government to give us more resources. I think the center is going to be put at the next level. So come next time, you'll find Kidepo exhibit, probably with cheetahs, with the endemics of Kidepo. Which is the special animal for Kidepo, if I may ask? Giraffe? What about Murchison? Elephant? I think it's the giraffe. It's a cheetah. What about Pianupe? A roan antelope. A roan antelope. That's correct. What about Murchison? It's the elephant. It's the elephant. What about Queen Elizabeth? Tree climbing lions. What about Bwindi? What about Chibari? The chimp. What about Lake Mburo? The zebras. What about Renzori? The three-horned chameleon, there's the other bird that is very endemic to Rwenzori, which is sought after. The green, the Turako. What about Semliki? What about the Semliki? Apart from the hot springs, what about Semliki? The golden? The birders haven. What about Toro Semliki? Toro Semliki National Park. Which animal is very strong there? The walking chimpanzee. For it, it has it walks on its legs. It no longer walks on fours. It stands. It does things that humans do, and it is so special. It's called a savanna chimp. And which other protected area have I forgotten? What about Mugahinga? Which animal is there? The golden monkey. That's Mugahinga, yes. What about Mount Elgon? Black and white? Colobus monkey. Ah, they are in Mount Elgon. Wow. And the other protected area? We have many. Ziwa. The rhino. Ajai. What about Ajai Wildlife Reserve? The rhino. Now it's going to be strong there. The northern connection is going to be strong on that. Katonga Wildlife Reserve. The Sitatunga. I love that. I love people are very alert. Have I forgotten any? Matheniko Bukora. Matheniko? This what? Oh, poka. What animal is that? Which animal is a poka? Julia, stop joking with us. I think there are cheetahs as well. Yeah, and leopards. And that is for Queen Elizabeth, I think. So you need to interest yourself in those areas and know which stronger animals that we can count on. And once you, like he was mentioning, you go in these exhibits, you know what to expect there. But not what you find there. If you find something new, maybe it was introduced also in that same conservation area. Yeah, thank you. Let's carry on.
Thank you so much, Chair. Me, one thing I know for sure is that there is no question that can fail to be answered. And everything you bring, that's why I said, please ask, because I'm so confident with my right. But there is one particular question that you asked, and the gods are going to answer you through one of the senior keepers. She asked, I know you've been thinking we've forgotten, you right? About the rhinos, why are they not getting pregnant? Are they on contraceptives? Mr. Dan Mirembe, he told me he will reserve that for me. So he's going to answer that.
Yes, thank you very much. It's good to have people who are very attentive. We saw many concerns. Now, about the breeding of the rhinos, it's true we have some animals that we have here that we control the breeding for some of the reasons that we shall be telling you at a later time. But for the purpose of the rhinos, basically these rhinos that you see here, they were brought here for two purposes. One is for captive breeding, and then the other one is for conservation education. But you know, breeding of animals, even we humans, when you give birth, the reproduction, so on and so forth, there are a number of factors that facilitates that. So the same principle applies with what? With the animals, okay? Now, there are three schools of thought that surround their assertion as to why our rhinos haven't bred. One of the school of thoughts is that we anticipate that there could be a challenge with the reproductive systems, which entails the gametes. Do you know what they call gametes? The reproductive cells. The females, they have the ovum, and then the males, what do we have? It's called spermatozoa. The sperm cells, not sperms. Yeah, so now, for the animal to be pregnant, it means that there was a large sperm count from the male. Okay? That's why there was a success, and there is a membrane that covers the ovum, which we call the zona pellucida. Okay? I'm speaking English. That is consistent to the question that was asked. So the zona pellucida, it is the covering that covers the ovum. Something like a what? Like a cavera. Okay? So when the sperm is released, the spermatozoa is released, it carries with it some enzymes that must do what? Digest that cavera for the cell to fertilize. So that success, there is multiplicity of what? Of a number of sperm cells that must be released. So if the male has low account for that, then you suspect that the reproduction will not be successful. So that's one of the reasons, the school of thought. But for that one to be proven, you must do tests. And in the whole world, I do anticipate previously, I knew there was only one place where you can carry out such tests, and that is in Germany. Okay? And the cost is around $15,000 to do that test. So that's one of the school of thoughts. Then the other school of thoughts is that when you don't have a reasonable number of males, there is an assertion which also scientifically proven that when you have few male rhinos in the ratio to the females, the low competition may limit the production of the progesterone hormones. Do you know what they call progesterone hormones? The reproductive hormones. For you to have the urge of having sex. Are we together? That is science, because the question was scientific. So that's why you find some ladies, they have to beautify yourself. Are we together? You have to beautify yourself so that you can stimulate the hormones of the other partner, so that he should be able to do the job. Now, for the case of the rhinos, when the rhino knows he's the only male, the only bull in the corral, there's no one who's competing. Are you getting me? So the hormones, those hormones will be done what? Will not be well stimulated to the required expectation. So we're having two rhinos, we have a male and the female. So that is also another school of what? Another school of thought. Then the third one, we anticipate that either the male or the female is infertile. In as much as they normal mate, we've seen them countless times mating. So those are the school of thoughts that are surrounding, that can explain the reason why the two rhinos that we have here have not bred. But since we are one, as my boss said, now there is no UWEC, it is UWA. We have bred rhinos. Can you clap for us? We now have 50 rhinos. How many did we start with? No, we started with 2. These 2 were the first one which were brought. Then afterwards they brought 8. Okay? Which were put in Nakasongola. So from that number, now we have how many? 50 rhinos. Now, do you know the gestation period of a rhino? It takes 15 to 18 months. Now, 15 to 18 months, you have the period of looking after the baby, like about 2.5 years. Okay? So from 2000 to date, we now have how many? So such complications happen everywhere in nature. It is normal. So don't be surprised when you say that the rhino has not given birth. For us, one of the aims to make sure that they give birth, but you cannot force it. You heard what my senior said about the rhinos, the 2 female northern white rhinos that have been left. They are doing a lot of genetic modification to make sure that their sperms are enhanced to have and offspring. But it takes time, and that's how science is. Hopefully I've answered you very well, unless you have another question which is related to that. You have another question? Yeah, yes, you ask. Mm. Mm. I didn't say I gave 3 schools of thought. So one of those reasons. Uh-huh. No, you see now I told you we are now WUA. We now have 50 rhinos. Okay? And one of our core mandates is conservation education. So we can leave these ones for conservation education purposes. Okay? But we can exploit other avenues as you suggested. We get some of our female, we take it to Nziwa rhino, and we do the experimentation. That is very simple. But let me tell you, transporting that rhino from here to the other side. Eh? You can build the money you can use, can build a house for 10 people. Just transporting it from here to Nziwa. So there are a lot of logistic issues. But they are doing a good job. We are teaching people about conservation, so on and so forth. Thank you very much.
I want to add some. He was speaking science. I want to speak in in simpler English. Animals are, should I say, are more. I don't now. I'm avoiding science. But for once they know that they are in captivity or they are in a confined place, they would rather not give birth. Their bodies will tell them that don't multiply because your offsprings have nowhere to be. The body will hold on. It will hold on because for them they have that extra sense that we humans, if there were human beings there, they'll be like, now what do we do? Let's give birth, and whatever happens, somebody will care,
I had already touched there a little bit, and therefore we are going to have a presentation for less than 20 minutes. Thereafter at exactly 2. Who is hungry? I can send you off for lunch. No one is hungry. Should we do fasting? Okay. Lunch is going to be ready at exactly 2. So let's have a simple discussion for a few minutes, and thereafter we shall break off for lunch. Wetlands. My brother Bruce, when you talk of wetlands, he feels like you are touching into his own lung. Yet wetlands are the lungs for all of us. They are facing so many challenges that we need to know of, that each one of us has to live with a stable mind concerning the wetlands themselves. We don't have plan B. In fact, Uganda's technology is absolutely low to have plan B of wetlands. So it's either we conserve them or we conserve them. If there's no plan B, then that's the only plan. We either conserve them or we conserve. Much aware that this particular area that is permanently or seasonally saturated with water is drastically reducing. And that is not a challenge that we are facing as Entebbe alone, but it is also in other wetlands. Which language do you speak? Lunyole? Lugisu? Lugisu I spoke already. Kama huwa wanyala na. In the east? Jab? Lubanyole, yes. Doho is for Banyole, just when you are coming from Busia. Yes. Yes, please. You know Lunyole, please. something small. I want you to share. If you've seen the Horizon scheme. Is it in a wetland? Now I want you to share with us what you think in Lunyori.
Edoho eri utaleja angonga mubona bali hulima muchere mwilungu.
Asante sana. Now there is a prize for whoever interprets that. See, now everyone knows Lunyori. I told you will speak Lunyori and they will all understand. Now, everyone knows Lunyori. The prize, there is a prize, but I will tell you after you interpret.
Actually, she meant that Doho scheme is in Praleja, and those guys grow rice in the swamp, in a wetland.
You have heard. The prize is we are going to be the first on the line of lunch. I've reserved that space for you. She has confirmed. I have been in the East for most of my life. Now, that is a very big challenge. Growing rice in a wetland. Growing rice in a wetland is absolutely a big challenge. And now that's mostly in the East, okay, due to the high market of rice. There are bigger challenges in the West. There are bigger challenges in the Central. We have seen some wetland being degraded completely, okay, for installation of building, installation of industries. Look here, Jesus Christ. The biggest issue is coming from that animal there. Population growth and encroachment. People are many. But now, we have already studied sustainability. Even if we're increasing in the population, we have got ways of using these particular resources, despite the fact that our population is now approaching a line that is beyond carrying capacity of the planet, but we can revise the clock by living a sustainable life, okay? Now, instead of growing rice, what do you think someone can do in a wetland like that? Fish farming, very good. Tea growing. Tea in the wetland. Okay, that is, all answers are correct, but we can slightly dissect it to a better one, which could be crafts, ecotourism. Okay, but plantations in wetlands are detrimental. They hardly have positive results. So it is better that we opt for utilizing a wetland in a way that we're not actually growing their stuff. Okay, we rather do fish farming. That is okay. Okay, we rather do ecotourism, which is brilliant, and I encourage us to collect data. Teachers, what projects are our learners doing? Projects. These are easy projects to do. Research used to be the toughest thing that everyone could fear, but research is very simple. You can even just identify how many birds are coming on that wetland, how many, maybe if you see anything that you see, even if you don't understand it, but which animal is always on this wetland, and this we get to know the indicators. We get to know whether the wetland is healthy or not healthy. Okay? Yeah, but you can always tell by looking at the biodiversity around there. So agriculture expansion, you can see like Doho rice scheme, Lukaya. Now Lukaya used to be known for bushmeat, now it's known for rice. Deforestation and fire. Wetlands have fuels, especially when when it's in the dry season. As you know, wetlands are carbon sinks. They store carbon. Okay, that's why they have that dark soil. You get it? So they are carbon sinks. Now, the more we deplete them, it means we are increasing on the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and that means we are living on a time bomb. Anyway, I don't want to scare you because none of us is going to die, because we have learned about a sustainable living. Limited enforcement of legal framework. I want to exempt that from you because as teachers, I told you we are doing a CUA framework. I want us to do something that we can implement at our level. However, through following right channels, your voices can be heard. We shared about how you can integrate your pollution. Julius shared about that, invasive species and climate change. These are all issues that are pushing our wetlands on the wall. And in our earlier demonstration, that's why I'm not delaying on the explanations. We demonstrated how the wall is felt. I posed one of you to breathe and they failed, because if you take long holding that breath, you may burst. And the wetland is holding more than this. I just gave a sample of them. And how can we solve this? We talked about how to integrate these topics that aim at solving environmental issues into our curriculum. I'm so happy about the new curriculum that is integrating this. But as teachers, let's embrace it. Let's embrace it so much so that our learners get these skills of how to solve problems that are facing resources like a wetland itself. This can be like in form of project works, in form of the wildlife club activities that can be done, fieldwork activities. I shared about research, doing observation on wetlands, collecting data. You can just monitor one particular aspect. For instance, if a wetland is being used for agriculture, okay, you may collect data on which wildlife is there, okay, plantations that are there. You'll end up seeing some indicators. If a wetland is supposed to have maybe frogs and you're no longer seeing them, what does it show? It's not healthy. If a wetland is supposed to have a particular plant and now we are finding there only rice, what does that mean? It has been degraded. So all of these can help us to integrate and participate in the conservation of wetlands and reverse the cycle that the challenges that they are facing. Most of these we had talked about from the first slides: community partnership and engagement, promoting sustainable livelihoods like ecotourism and so forth. Restoration and rewetting activities. This can be done as a school, okay? You identify a wetland in your neighborhood, approach local authorities, and see how best you can share with the community in restoring the particular wetland through planting wetland plants. I repeat, when you are restoring a wetland, again, you don't plant eucalyptus in a wetland, okay? It's very, very dangerous. So we do wetland parameters to ensure that our wetland is restored. That is a shoe bill. I hope it doesn't raise question also. When we had the rhino, all of you got excited. But this picture was taken from Mabamba. Mabamba is one of the important bird areas around, and it was actually eating one of my favorite meals, the fish. Both those two animals dwell in wetlands, and the bird itself is a prehistoric bird, okay? However, it is also facing challenges. And already the biggest reason to why it's at a verge of extinction or it's endangered, it is because of the challenges that are facing the wetland. Because a wetland is its habitat. It dwells in wetlands. And therefore, without wetlands, most of these animals will be history. And some of us who are earning money from shoe bill tracking, perhaps we shall be jobless. So let us embrace the fact that our children that we take to school, some of them are coming in the tourism industry, some of them are coming in the conservation industry, and their potential income is right here in the wetlands. So as we strive to living a sustainable life, let us embrace environmental protection through personal initiatives, school initiatives, community initiatives that ensure a sustainable living in our society. I want to thank you so much for being attentive and invite any questions from you. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, thank you very much. Joseph Otema. It has been quite an interesting moment, but I have a alarming question that has ever been fighting within me. We have been blessed with a lot of biodiversity in Uganda. You talked of the national parks, you came to the wetlands. Then a question comes. I know the whole of Uganda is not all that balanced with wildlife. If you check on the Rift Valley, the Western Rift Valley, there are very many national parks if you compare to other regions. So, ever since I've been growing up, I've felt less conservation messages in the whole of northern Uganda than compared to Western. When I came to Western Uganda is where I got a lot about conservation messages. But then bringing that message to the background to someone who has grown in a place where he or she rarely sees wild animals. Let me be open to you. If you pick a child who has grown in Western Uganda and has seen all the biodiversity in wildlife, you tell that person to mention or compose any story about wildlife compared to someone who grew up in Lira. Someone from Western will be much better than that person. So my question comes in. We have talked about everything about sustainable goals, everything concerning how we can push on about sustainability. My question comes, how can we spread in the gospel more and more every day? We have talked about everything here, but you find there are some areas those messages are never felt, ever, and they're not even pushed. I came from Dr. Borrell, just my former school. We had a wildlife club there when I was there in 2013 to 2018. But laterwards, it has been dormant for the past 6 years. The question comes, how can we spread the gospel? It has been spiced up that Western Uganda is blessed with the resources, but then how can we push that gospel to Northern Uganda? I cannot lie to you, a few people from even where I come from, a home where a few know about Uganda Wildlife Authority, to be open to you, because of the status of how we live. A few, even if you tell someone there's Uganda Wildlife Authority, there's wildlife clubs of Uganda, they'll ask you what are the things, because no one has ever been exposed to such. So how can we imply that messages? I've been seeing that bringing very many functions like the World Tourism Day, Wildlife Day celebrations in North, but still people have not yet got the real background and the real root within the conservation story. Thank you.
I know my boss is that is an area of hers. She's an expert there, and she's shaking on that. She's actually going to give a climax on top. But I know you might be you need to know the history of national parks. What brought national parks? Yes, Western Uganda is blessed to have many of these conservation areas, but I'm seeing Julius is very excited. Also wanted to answer you. However, this is outside politics, and one of the ways that we are going to ensure that the gospel is up to the north is this, and that's why you are here, and you as yourself, you're going to help us on ensuring that now those people around, first of all, your home, they know, and then you spread it out. But there are many initiatives that we are doing that are going to answer your question. Allow Julius had something burning.
I'm sorry to come back again, but we need to make sure we understand these things clearly, most especially when it comes to wildlife clubs. I'm just going to use some few minutes. How can you make your wildlife club in your school active? Altogether, I'm going to give you techniques on how to sustain your wildlife club in your school. I'm going to give you techniques how can you spread wildlife clubs within the areas where you are living. Are we together? Now, the wildlife club starts with you. You feel like there is fire burning inside you, the way you're speaking. Are we together? There is that fire, there is something burning. If you don't let that fire get out to burn other areas, it will not burn. Are we together? That feeling that you have, that I wish our club in our school can be active. I wish the wildlife clubs can be felt in every area in my district. It is you. So that different initiatives you as an individual, you can do to make sure those initiatives can spread to other communities, other schools. Giving myself as an example, when I was the president of Wildlife Club, the first thing I did was to register the club. Are we together? Make sure when you register the Wildlife Club, it is easy for the National Secretariat to always update you about the current activities. Every year, renew your membership. For primaries, it is around 72,000 if you're a new member. But every year you subscribe around 30,000 every year. Renew your membership. This little money that you pay is the money that we use to come and visit you. Are we together? If you don't pay that membership, there's no way we can come to activate. We appreciate UWA for this support. Are we together? Imagine the UWA never supported us. We could still keep crying that the wildlife clubs are doing nothing. And yet, we have a simple system and a constitution that we are following. Are we together? Secondly, organize activities within the school. The way the gentleman started, start from home. Are we together? Organize simple activities that was going to first the administration of the school to get you a chance to get out. Wildlife club doesn't mean you should go for 2 hours only. No. Are we together? When I was the president, I'm giving myself as an example. When I was the president of Wildlife Club in my school, what the first activity I did was to get old jerry cans. These jerry cans I was using for cooking oil. I cut it on top. I get a nail. We nail them on the trees around as the compound dustbins. And we named by Wildlife Club Air Force SS. The second thing, every meeting, every Friday at 4:30, we used to have a club meeting. We put a signpost of Wildlife Club because the school gave us a chance to put Air Force Wildlife Club, then meeting point, this class, all together. Every Friday. So, when you have a meeting and I know every Friday you must meet for 1 hour or 30 minutes or 40 minutes. Club members, the students themselves, they have a committee. The committee comprises of major five. The president, the vice president, the secretary, the treasurer, and the mobilizer, according to the Constitution of Wildlife Clubs of Uganda. Other members, you can create them by yourselves, like director, printer, tree planting, speaker, those ones they can be, but according to the National Secretariat, even before, we used to give them certificates, those 5 from the National Secretariat. Are we together? Then, next, when you have a meeting, the students, the treasurer must keep money. They always come with some little contribution, even if it's 500, even if it's 100, but you give them that moment of what? Of having some contributions they are making. Products. We are selling Wildlife Clubs of Uganda t-shirts. This is how we get money as Wildlife Clubs. But still at the school, you can also have some simple items. We have given different innovations all together. Use those innovations to have some what? Ways of living, so that you can create some money for the club. Are we together? Another thing, we can do tree nursery. We can have nursery bed. And we can sell those nursery trees, or we can even plant trees. Are we together? Then sustainable harvesting can come in, where you can sell some trees to the school or to the nearby community. But the money, after passing to the right channels in the school, and you have some money that supports the what? Then we always have what you call talent shows. I always feel pain that there are so many musicians who come up with nice songs about love, about what. But the students, we are not engaging them to create songs about conservation. Are we together? You can organize a talent show where the students are creating nice talents exhibitions on wildlife and environment. Then other students, they pay to enter the wall. Are we together? That's what we used to do. So when they pay some little money, like 1,000 entrance fee to go and get the entertainment the wildlife club members have organized, that is another source of what? But when you get that money, have an activity that attracts other what? Then debates. You create a theme, debate, organize with another school, you get something to win. In case one school wins, next time they also want to add more efforts to win. Don't be just there, we have now. No, be creative enough. Look for activities, engage your children, engage your neighboring schools. Community cleanups. As wildlife club, you create a simple poster. Wildlife club of this and this school, all together. Go to the village. That's what we are organizing with this Muka Day. All the old people from Katerera, they are going to organize a cleanup for all the Baka Day to clean a market. Are we together? So when they clean the market, I've given them the ideas on how they are going to sort as they are cleaning. And on their land, they put a sorting area. They use the land to do something. Are we together? So from our school, we can also do something. We can do a cleanup so that even the neighboring community can know. Every time this school, wildlife club, is doing an activity, you attract other people. Are we together? Another thing, how can you make your club active so that you don't have that kind of what? Okulirabu bigamba. How do you make your club active? You can now have what you call, we always have what you call exhibitions and creative art from waste management. Use international days, conservation days. I give an example in my area of Entebbe. Entebbe, Maryland High School, Katabi, hosted Global Recycling Day. Our board came with the high school. Many schools from Mumbale, from Uganda, all schools came to compete, to show their creative work during the Global Recycling Day. Are we together? Then, World Environment Day. Which school hosted us? Ginger College Butiki. I say, is it around? Kira College Butiki hosted us. We went to Kira College to compete for Mr. and Miss Environment. Are we together? So, you have to be creative. Don't wait for wildlife clubs to organize what? For your activities. Be creative. We want to be like rhinos. From here, we have given you different ideas. Practical ideas, different ideas in the brain. Don't go there and blame anyone. Just go. You have come as, I always say, like pilgrimages. You go to as pilgrimage, but you are going back as missionaries. Go and spread the gospel of conservation. Hallelujah. Let the people where you're living feel the rain on you. When you're moving, let the rain what? Shine. So that by the time we come back, let us now show results. I know the challenge we have in wildlife clubs is finances. Are we together? Personally, I can even touch in my little pocket. I put in something that I can what? I can achieve. Are we together? But the challenge we may have, sir, but what they sent, we can't work. But the innovations you can do, they can create some little money. So long as you are passing through the right channels. Temuba. We can use the right channels to have some little funding that can facilitate our activities, but also getting guidance from the secretariat. In case you get lost, we know where to ask or seek for info or like guidance from. Are we together? Thank you.
I'm going to invite, maybe before Afande Vanis, you're going to close it up. Mr. Dan Mirembe wanted to share with us the history of national parks so that my brother doesn't feel like in the north, the government decided not to put their national parks. Please.
Thank you. Actually, history is just small, but what I want to share is why we have so many national parks from the west. It's not politically motivated. That's how God made it. Now, all of us, we know that the equator, you know where the equator is? It is where it passes, actually it's behind us here. It's behind us here, then it goes that side. So now there is what we call the tropical environment. Areas which are within the tropics, very near to the equator, those ones who did geography very well, you can attest to that those areas normally have high temperatures, which also result into having diverse ecosystems and high biodiversity. So it's not by default that we have so many national parks within the West. And most of these national parks were established by our colonial masters. Okay? The first national park was established when, those ones who know history, 1952? Huh? 1950 what? Other 22? 52? 31? Conservationist. Which was the first national park to be, which ecosystem was the first national park to be gazetted? Machison Falls. Very good. It is Toro Semliki. In 1920s, then these queens and the Machison Falls, the queen was 1950, the other one 1950, the Kidepo 1952. So the reason why we have many national
parks, that is very good information, and I want to urge you to work with the tour operators to ensure that these visitors stop and at least leave some money with the communities in form of craft sales and things like that. I want to first teach you something very small. I don't want to hear you call it a game park anymore. It is a national park or a protected area. You know that historically, there used to be game parks and then national parks. But they were more, let me stand so that I make my point very well. There was game department. Game department managed wildlife outside protected areas. Then there was Uganda National Parks. Uganda National Parks managed national parks. There was a merger in 1996. Government merged Game Department and national parks to create Uganda Wildlife Authority. So Uganda Wildlife Authority is in charge of all wildlife, including national parks and wildlife outside protected areas. So, but people kept calling them game departments. You hear even some people referring to our staff as bagemu, because of the game department. And game department was more into sport hunting, and the word game comes from that word, sport, the game. They were hunting the big game, the big five, the huntable trophies of the game five, including elephant. What are the game five? The elephant, the rhino, the leopard, the lion, the buffalo. So the game five, the sportable or the huntable game five, that's where that word comes from. But we no longer have game parks. They are all now, they were elevated, the status was elevated to national parks, and we can only hunt outside protected areas. We shall maybe even talk about sport hunting for you to understand why is it a conservation tool, how is it done. I will ask Sharon to prepare and teach you about sport hunting and how it is done. So, the benefit sharing. When you hear benefit sharing, it is more than the 20% revenue that we share with the communities. But communities are very interesting people. When you go there and ask them, do you benefit? They will quickly say no. And especially if you are with politicians, they will quickly say we don't get anything. And yet every year we share with the community over 4 billion in that area. They have schools, and when you go down, you find schools revenue sharing. You find roads, revenue sharing. You find some hospitals, revenue sharing. You find some trenches, revenue sharing. Then you say, what about this? They say, oh, okay, those ones are infrastructure that was, but there's so much revenue. But for them, what they want is money coming to individual, at individual level. We tried that. We're like, you know what? Let's change approach. Let's ask them, what do you want? Give me money, and I hold it myself. I will know that I have benefited. So we said, let's buy them goats. We bought goats. We distributed across the community. And before you know it, there was no skin. Reason someone tells you, I got visitors. They first lied, of course. You know, I had no school fees. I had to sell it and take my child to school. But when you move around the compound, you find a skin drying somewhere. And you say, what about this? Let me tell you the truth. I had a visitor and I had nothing to slaughter, and I had to go for this goat. But it's my benefit. It is what I wanted to do. So it was not sustainable. So we had to make it conditional, like a conditional grant. So we'd give the district this money, but we'd ensure that the projects come from the grassroots, from the communities. We don't want to impose projects that they don't want. We want to give them projects that come from them. So they would be like, we want beehives. I'm sure you'd see a line of beehives across there. You know, we want a trench, because elephants destroying our crops. Would rather have a trench along this area. We did that. And we are still continuing. We are even telling the district, stop doing services that you should have otherwise done as a district, but use this money for livelihood improvement. So we are still insisting on that. But the only challenge is that our role is to collect money and give it to the district. We are not even supposed to go to the district and police them and say, give the money to this project. No, that's not our role. Our role is to ensure that the money collected is given to the district, because it's in the law, the Local Government Act. It requires us to get that money, give it to the district, and they use it the way they want. What will you do? But of course, we are pushing them a little harder. We go and say, before you get more money, first account for the other release that we gave you. Because we cannot just keep giving money and when we see no results. At the end of the day, they are going to annoy the communities, and the anger will be transferred to where? To the wildlife around there. So we are doing everything possible to ensure that there are common projects that the communities can access. They have along that whole area, they have community buildings, they have community projects, they have water tanks, you know. At every household, we have tried to put water tanks. We are doing energy saving stoves, you know. But they'll tell you, we don't benefit from these people. They would rather slaughter for us a cob and we eat it, and that way we
is palatable so much for a number of species of animals. So that creates that gap that we are having. And also when you look at the West Nile, we actually used to have them as reserves, the Ajai and Matheneko. So they have just, government gets the money and they elevate them into national parks and build up. So, but maybe what I can say, and what I'm also going to put as a request is, we need to become ambassadors. They have given us the message, and we are going to our schools and put the same message to our little ones. But I want to appreciate that you have promised to establish regional zoos in Uganda. But now, this now comes to your side as a request on behalf of the patrons and the coordinators. Can we, as schools running these clubs, have cards, and even to the little children that have merged into our clubs, to have access to these zoos? Like now in Entebbe, I have a team of 30 who are active participants, and we have done a lot through the guidance of Julius. And we actively actually come here to clean ups and so on, every kind of activity that he calls us, the children collect some small transport and we come in. But now, let's say we have a day as a school and we have these club members. Can we have a free entry to the zoo if there is no any other activity? That was my request on behalf of all the members. Just like the Red Cross, they have cards. You can receive blood if there was a problem with your relative or a sister. Can we also have such a privilege? I'll be humbled if it's approved. Thank you.
All wildlife club members are entitled to a certain percentage. And the wildlife clubs of Uganda, I'm sure the ED will mention it, you're supposed to have the cards. And those cards, once you present them to any of our protected areas, you pay less. Do you know how much it is to enter a national park? You know, sometimes people think it's a lot. It is just 20,000. But for somebody with a card of wildlife club, you pay 3,000. Is that much? And sometimes you also need to appreciate that you're supporting conservation. One time I traveled with my husband and we were going to Lake Mburo with my children. We reached at the gate. Of course, I'm a manager. I am supposed to drive through. The man insisted and said, no, this is what where do they get money to pay you if you want to enter free? I was like, am I hearing right? He paid. He paid. Reason, he wanted to contribute to conservation. He said, you know, it should be you people to pay because you understand that conservation is through this. You know, you shouldn't even bargain or say, I'm with my children, now we've come to tour, let us go through. He paid. He went ahead and paid. So 3,000 is not big for you to say, I'm a member of the wildlife club. Yes, you can enjoy the benefit, but when you feel you want to give to conservation, go ahead and even pay more than they have asked you. Okay? But you have the entitlement, you have the privilege. It's something I was forgetting about Entebbe School. They requested to be part of the celebrations for the rhino. Reach out to the wildlife club. Remember, you have this wildlife club, and it is going to get you a slot because they have, I think they run an advert for some schools. But since you're here, the ED is here. I'm sure as board members we can also say, please take Entebbe to the rhino naming ceremony, but through the club. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Afande. I know there are so many concerns and everyone wants to speak something, but also the enzymes are speaking something. And I would love to announce that we have this first booth. Please ensure that you take a picture with this and you share in the patrons group. I'm available to take some pictures using my Techno. So you can have it and then I take a picture of you. And the board members, they are going to take with this. And all of us at least. And on my right, we shall also have some pictures as we go for lunch. But I want to invite the Executive Director, Dr. Tadeo Ruseke, who happens also to be my lecturer. Yeah, and also it's not about getting lunch, but you have to sign on those attendance lists. It's very important. Perhaps you might be left in Entebbe if you don't sign. Thank you. Dr. you're most welcome.
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity and for today's work. So, I would like to request all my students whom I have taught at different levels to stand up. So all those are my students from Kumba University. Yes, you can resume your seats. I will call you again on the award ceremony. I have some gifts for you, so don't forget. Why I'm mentioning that, you see, they say when people speak, at least speak 1 or 2 words. So I have just arrived, but the program has run normally as expected. So meaning at least all my students have done a good work. You can clap for yourselves. Yes, thank you so much. And of course, that is the power of mentorship. I think I've mentored over 50,000 students across the world, not in Nkumba only. And what does this mean? If you are in office and you are not mentoring anyone to take over, you know, if you're working with the government, you will reach 60 years, you will leave the office. Whom are you leaving the office with? And also to live in a better way. Okay? So that is very important, because I knew even if I'm away, things would move. And of course, they have done it for free. So that is important. Me, I don't believe in this nonsense of not helping others to achieve if I'm not going to do it, because I cannot do everything. Yes? I'm calling it nonsense because it happens in some places. You find that even some of you, you know opportunities, you hide it. You cannot pass it on to another person. I'm sorry, me, I speak like some bachiga. Sometimes I'm very blunt, but that is the reality. Yes, so if I cannot do it, pass it on to someone. So if I have not mentored this Mr. Mukisa, there is Gideon, there is Ndebula, there is plus others. I told them today I will come late, please carry on the work. And they have done it. So I know most of these are going to be promoted in the new UWA. So when they also come and they want to access the park with my family, it becomes easy. So, and it is as simple as that. When I go to Queen Elizabeth, I have a challenge, I just call Madam Vanis. I'm here, there is this and this and this. I have come to supervise my students, but this point they get, they don't know me. Let me talk to them. Proceed and go. And also, but for conservation. And also the other thing is, yesterday we were discussing with Julius, I think he has moved out. I'm winding up, don't worry, and I will end up with a story. I was talking to Julius and we are looking for someone. So in your life, has it ever occurred to you that someone says, I'm looking for this and this, and you say, without even thinking so much, you say, Douglas, long day, but everything is catered for. I'm kindly requesting the board members, and I don't know if Mr. Douglas is my friend, and I'm not very sure. But when I came here in 2008, I could see you, seeing of course in a good way, but I know now we are friends. Maybe you'll tell me when we're in the bonfire. So I was requesting that my dear board members, they had already introduced them to you. I don't need to repeat that. There is Madam Vanis representing UWAM, Madam Remy representing the secondary schools, Madam Ruth Kerab representing the primary schools. Get closer to these people. They have jobs. Those of you who are not working, or also those of you who want to switch careers. No one has said that you're going to die a primary teacher. Unless if it is written in your ancestors' books, but no one has said so. So you can cross and serve conservation. So I would like to request you that please you stay around. Today we are crowning the Wildlife Clubs of Uganda ambassador. She's on her way, coming all the way from Karamoja. Then we are also having awards for members who have done distinguished service to the clubs. I have been at the Wildlife Clubs for about 2.5 years. My time is ending in a few months. I don't know if you'll give me another one. And now you can request from here. Yes, we have been there for 2.5 years, but I think we have tried to work. So we are going to recognize the people who have kept the legacy of the Wildlife Clubs of Uganda alive in a good way. They are here, I know them by their names. Then I have also been instructed to recognize also other people, but late in the evening. And we also have certificates for each one of you, but at least I've received about 3 complaints of certificates with errors. I want to make it categorically clear that I'm not responsible for the errors, because I have been running the list for 2 weeks, calling upon people to correct their names, people to ensure that you're on the list. Some of you were telling me after arriving here, the certificates were ready as of Tuesday this week. For us, we work quite fast because we have a lot of things to do. We don't keep work pending. Then there are a few people who came in yesterday on request through the chairperson. I do not have your certificates, but I will produce them at some point. Please do not complain, but enjoy, and I hope you have learned. And we will invite you next time. Then Morris, where is Morris? Yes, thank you so much for mobilizing in Barara, but I want to register my disappointment with the patrons from Mbarara. Julius knows how we work. And for me, most times, if I say no, it is a no. I don't change, especially if it is for the good cause. So those guys, please, maybe you try to talk to them. They confirmed that they are coming, they didn't show up. We have paid for food, we have paid for accommodation, we have paid for drinks, both soft and hard drinks, but you don't show up. So for me, those of you who are here, let us take responsibility. If you're not going to come, you communicate. Maybe just to tell you, we are spending 40,000 on each plate of food we eat. That is not little money. And we paid for actually 134 persons. Count yourselves, how many are we? We are less than 80. I cannot go back to claim the money. But that money would have done something else. So to me, as a teacher who has taught in a university for 15 years, I train people who are very responsible. You tell those guys that is not good, next time you just send a message. Because, of course, I have highlighted, if I have another event, I don't call you. And I don't want you to complain. So, don't think that I'm trying to be very tough, but that is the reality. So you calculate, we are about 78 minus 135, what do you get? And calculate every meal, 40,000. How much money is that? You cannot claim it. The hotel already prepared the food, but we shall enjoy it. So what I have done to compensate for that, we are going to receive other guests who will be coming in the evening to attend our dinner. So we have a dinner, we have a performance, we have a guest artist coming by 6. So please stay around, do not go away. And I wish also to confirm that I have successfully received your transport refund. When you sign on the attendance, I will give it to you. And also to confirm that it is 2 times higher the transport you spent. Then, yes, because some people are worried on how to go back home. So I hope that one is very clear. So please make sure you register with the number that is on mobile money. One person came to me yesterday, you told me you wrote a wrong number. I'm not going to call people to come to me to verify the numbers. I'm just going to send the money. We have been doing this for the last 1 week. If you know there is any error in your number or you're not sure, you need to see me as soon as possible. People are already sending the money. Okay? Do you have any question for me? Yes, we have not yet completed our program. We are having a presentation. I have a presentation at 3. Yes, my presentation is at 3. We have some education materials for you to carry. And officially, the presentations, we shall come back here at 3:30 to get my presentation. That is after lunch. We shall complete all presentations before 5. Between 5 and 6, please go and put on the best of what you carried and come for the dinner. I thank you so much. So we are for lunch. I was requesting that we remain seated. Please sign from here before you leave this room. Make sure you have registered, and make sure you have received the education materials. Thank you so much.
See. Chair, do you have anything you want to share before we go for lunch? So let's listen from Chair and then we go and enjoy our meal.
Yeah, I want to thank all of you for attentively attending this session. And I want to say asante sana. And I have a team here with me from Uganda Wildlife Authority. In case you want any question, you want to know about something, you want some sort of information, we are here. My colleagues are here. We shall give you all the information that you need. We are going to be with you at lunchtime and even after. So feel free to reach out. Ask me any question. We shall give you the information. I thank you and have a good lunch. Yeah, if you have received the materials, just proceed for lunch. Then we shall meet at 3:30.
Now, Dennis, you know teachers, please let us put our phones in silence. Let us put our phones in silence so that we don't distract others when we are presenting. Avoid put mine in silence. To stay silence. So we're saving obwire. Now, as Dan is connecting, I'm going to make a presentation about some of our work which we have been doing around some protected areas here in Uganda, and that is Kibale National Park. The same work through our chairperson and the board was supported by the United States Forest Service, Department of Agriculture, who are the very people or persons who supported our strategic plan which we are having. So we have been, people were saying yesterday, by God's grace. So if it is not God, they don't know for us who don't believe in God, but we can take it like that. I'm sure the cameraman will be moving around, but as long as you get the sound and the other people, I think it is good. I want to see where you can see my presentation very well and also to see those who will be dozing. So we are live on TopNotch TV and Bukede TV. I won't pass that side anymore. So the presentation is about Youth in Forest-Based Enterprise Development Program around Kibale National Park, which was supported by the United States Forest Service. I have already been introduced several times. I do not wish to repeat that, but I would like to recognize the people who helped us, the people and organizations who helped us to do this work successfully. We did this work in 2 phases. There is Mr. Bruce Ainebiona. Please stand up for recognition. Yes, if you can clap for him. Yes, Mr. Bruce was our ground coordinator, coordinating the local participants into the project, allowing us to use his compound for training and also his balcony in Kibale, also for training. Those ones he gave us for free. So Bruce works for Unite for the Environment, which is a program that is supported by the North Carolina Zoo in America. So we work closely with Mr. Bruce. Next slide. Yes, basically, to go briefly on the background, around the Kibale National Park, this particular program on Youth in Forest-Based Enterprise Development Program, like I told you, supported by USFS, we were basically looking at empowering the youth around the Kibale National Park with knowledge and skills. One, in ecotourism, making of baskets and also other handcrafts, as well as harvesting of medicinal plants. So you will realize that the wildlife clubs of Uganda does not only do environment education, as most of you thought. We go out, we get youth, we mobilize them into community clubs, and we support them in very practical skills, as we shall be seeing. The program goal, of course, like I just mentioned, was to train the youth in forest education around Kibale National Park. Those of you who have been to Bugodi, there is a wetland called Magombe Wetland. And Magombe Wetland is a community managed wildlife sanctuary. So there are very many youth who are employed by this particular ecosystem, and they provide guiding services to the visitors who come to participate in community-based tourism activities. So our aim was to empower these youths with knowledge in forest education and ecotourism enterprise development, then train them in sustainable basketry practices, and ensure the sustainable harvesting of medicinal plant parts and products. So as we move to the next slide, the program objective, we have trained 250 youth around Bugodi in the 3 aspects which I've talked about. One of the program objectives was to train the youth between ages of 18 and 35 in forest education and ecotourism enterprise development. Please note down all the questions. I will respond after the presentation. The training also targeted women in sustainable development of baskets and other products using, the word is locally available raw materials within the community. We did not import any raw materials, as we shall be seeing. Then just to give a sum up, our program implementation and support partners, we appreciate the Uganda Wildlife Authority. They are fully represented here, for allowing us to work especially with the Community Conservation Unit of the Kibale National Park. I have just mentioned Mr. Bruce Ainebiona, who heads education programs at Unite for the Environment, and he was involved in facilitation and coordination. Then there is the Kibale Association for Rural and the Environment Development, CAFRED. CAFRED has been on for more than 20 years, and it employs and has employed more than 3,000 youths through their life cycle as a community development organization. As we speak now, the director, Mr. Tinka, is actually in America attending some conference there, but they still work closely with Mr. Bruce Ainebiona. So in case you're looking for a job, you may need to talk to Mr. Bruce. And Kibale Eco Home, I'm now sorry for spilling secrets, but I'm also a businessman. Mr. Bruce owns the Kibale Eco Home. I think we need to clap for him. He's an example. He's a living example. Yes, Mr. Bruce owns the Kibale Eco Home. If you want to visit Kibale National Park, you can stay at the Kibale Eco Home. The 150 participants, they were prepared at his Kibale Eco Home. We had facilitators from the Cattle Tourism Information Center. That is an information center which is based in Queen Elizabeth National Park. Then we ran a lot of radio programs on 105.6 Jubilee Radio. Then we had partners who were training on issues of ecotourism from Mukumba University. Please, if you can scroll a little bit. Yes, we had the trainers on medicinal plants from Toro Botanical Gardens on issues of value addition. Then we also worked with the Rwenzori Center for Sustainable Trade. Those are the training organization. It is an American-based organization in Fort Potro, but they do marketing of arts and crafts which are produced locally and sustainably. So if you have communities who are doing arts and crafts, you already have someone who can market your crafts all over America. Next slide. Yes, the recruitment of program participants, as you can see. Today, after my presentation, we are going to give you membership cards, courtesy of our board. And the card we are going to give you is 10,000 Ugandan shillings. So you can imagine how much the chairperson has offered you. Yes, so and this is how we recruit our participants. We are going to give you that card. When we call for the next training and you have lost your card, you stop at the gate. Because it means you are poor at record keeping. Mrs. Kate Hangwa will tell you that when we went to Rubirizi, the club which began in 1974, we found at least half of the members having their cards, which they received in 1974. So, you look around. Do you still even have your ID for your former secondary school? If you have, well and good. But some of you don't have. Even the transcript, you say, I don't know. We shifted from here. We went there. We did this. So like we told you, Wildlife Clubs of Uganda is a very serious organization. We are going to give you this card. You are going to put your photo. The card is valid for 1 year. You can access any national park at a fee of 2,000 Ugandan shillings anytime. We are going to give it to you today for free, and we will follow up on those even who are not using the card. The card is not transferable. So that's how we recruit participants. We are going to give certificates even today. We have your certificates, they are ready. Let us keep some of these documents as part of proof that we participated in some activities, at least for the Wildlife Clubs of Uganda. Yes. Next slide. Yeah, I wanted to highlight this for you to understand the diversity of the people who work around or who are involved in tourism, especially the students around Kibale National Park. Those are the different districts. All of these people are in Bugodi and Kamenge district. They are looking for a livelihood in form of tourism. And they are all surviving on a community managed wildlife sanctuary, which is Bugodi Wetland Sanctuary. I don't need to mention the districts. You have seen these were some of the samples. Sorry, the districts from where our respondents came from. Next slide. Yes, now what are the activities? We had 4 radio programs, as we shall be seeing. Of course, we had the inception or the beginning, meetings for the initial meetings or startup meetings for this project. We did mobilization together with Bruth and other organizations, and we educated the people about the purpose of the Youth in Forest-Based Enterprise Development Program. Then our second radio program was on activities implemented concerning that particular project. Next. Yeah, those are some of the posters we will use to promote our radio programs. These are things you can also do. I have been told some of you stations, you can allocate some little time to conservation. Those are some of our posters for Jubilee. Yes, the next one. The next one. Yes, there we were in the studio. That is Mr. Ochan Dennis, which was organized by a certain organization. At least 70% of the teachers, the expectation was transport refund. That is what they mentioned, transport refund. So this somehow seems to also be a challenge in northern Uganda, where most people seem to believe so much in donor dependency. There are many organizations supporting our northern part of the country because of the previous situation of war. So even when you go to some schools, people, they don't want to pay as low as 2,000 shillings to buy a card because they are used somehow to handouts. It is a very big challenge which is affecting mindset, especially for the youth. But in some areas, people are even willing to donate. So also when we are handling visitors, we ask them, what do you expect? Someone can come to Kibale expecting gorillas, but they are not there. So you have to tell them gorillas are not in Kibale. I hope all of us know where the gorillas are found in Uganda. Because also one time I was asking year one students, they told me gorillas are found in Rwenzori. So let us know the basics about conservation. Next slide. Yes, those are some of our program facilitators. You are seeing that man who is ever smiling in green. That man is here with us. Then there is Dennis, then there is myself. We also work with politicians. That lady is a politician, and she was also supporting us with airtime on Voice of Kamwenge. Then the two gentlemen who are also my former students, actually, that is Gervasio is from Toro Botanical Gardens, and also Mtegeki is from Toro Botanical Gardens. Those were training on aspects of value addition on medicinal plants. Next slide. Yeah, that is just the award of certificates. We can continue. Look, so from our training, which always ran like from maybe 2 to 3 weeks, those are some of the products the communities were able to make after the training. And you will see the process. That's what we are going to. Next slide. That is the process. That plant is called Atiot, Bixa olerana. That is a plant which is used in the making of natural dyes. It is available within the community. It was not shipped from anywhere. It is within the communities around Kibale National Park. And the beautiful colors you saw, if you can go back to the previous slide. Yes, no, the previous slide, previous, yes. Those colors you are seeing are all from that very plant. Just one plant, by the process on how they keep changing the colors, adding ash, adding other different types of leaves of plants, roots and the like, they get all these colors from just one single plant to make all these decorative items. Let us move. Yeah, still that is the process. Now you see, I don't know how we call that in English, but in my local language we call it obswali. It is used in the making of baskets, and you can see those are 4 different colors. When they boil the plant alone, they get the first orange color. When they add ash, they get a different color. When they add another different plant, they get another color. So they can get over 6 colors from the same plant by adding in different ingredients. Next slide. Yes, after, of course, after the dyeing, the raw materials are dried under sunshine. Yes, the raw materials are dried under sunshine, and those are the very materials which are used alongside additional raw materials to make crafts like baskets, winnowing mats, bags, and others. Next slide. Next. Yes, that is during the training. And what you are seeing there is part of the Kibale Eco Home. That is part of the Kibale Eco Home. I'm going to share that presentation in our group, just in case some of our cameras are allergic to light. I will share it so that you can read and even maybe try to go identify if some of these plants are available within our communities. And you can train maybe the communities to earn a living. Next slide. Yes. Now the training on sustainable harvesting of medicinal plants. Are you seeing that? How many of you have ever prepared a local concoction like for curing malaria? I know especially our people from Mumbale. There are a lot of medicinal plant products around Elgon and also Wind. So you can see what happens like locally for Mululuza. You go and harvest the Mululuza plant, you harvest the leaves, you clean them, you squeeze and get the sap. But that is not sustainable. It cannot last longer. So we train communities on value addition, on how they can process the Mululuza, they dry it and the lake even turn it into powder so that we can extend on the shelf life. So these are the practical things which we train communities in. And when you look at most of those products, they are selling between 5,000 to 10,000, and it has a lifespan of about 1 year plus. Next slide. You see, that lady was demonstrating on how they process some of these medicinal plants. So these are some of the women who were trained on value addition on the medicinal plants that they collect from the either Kebale National Park or what they have within their communities. Next slide. Yes, cross-section of ethnobotanists during the training. Yeah, that is during the training. We continue. Are you seeing those leaves? Yeah, so those are the unprocessed medicinal plant parts which were exhibited by women. Women were asked to go and pick some of the medicinal plant parts which they get from the park. That is what they presented, some of them. And eventually they were taught on how to process, how to add value, etc. Next slide. Yes, I was just trying to look at it, compare the two. These are now some of the gaps to address in the next phase of the project. The issue of value addition on medicinal plants and products by the communities is still critical. Most of the communities, of course, were lacking the knowledge and also the equipment, but we are trying to use the traditional methods like sun drying and others to ensure that communities get some knowledge on how to process locally without putting in a lot of money in investment cost. Next slide. I wanted to talk about the purpose of evaluation and reporting. When you do a program like this, that's why we're telling you that evaluation is, workshop evaluation is compulsory. You evaluate and try to understand. If I did this particular program, did it have impact? Did it have any effect? So if you are here and you still feel you are the same, there is no change from the time you entered here, the trainings we have had, you still feel that you are the same. Someone put up a hand that is a pastor. Maybe we shall talk to that man. I don't know if he's still around. So like what I'm trying to say is that when you come for a training, you must know the purpose of the training. You must put in an effort to learn. You evaluate yourself. And also it is not compulsory that we are telling you to go and write reports. Okay? But you can write a report about this activity. Yes? It will be a good practice. So expect to read a report from Mr. Agaba for the people who came from Kisoro. I know he will provide. And other regions. About just basic things, a few things that you learn. Because even us, we are going to make a report to our funders who are here. We don't report by word of mouth. Okay? We report in a written form. So I want you to think about it. And of course, the interns who are here for it is compulsory. You must produce a report for this training. Then I know even some coordinators will help us produce some reports. So reporting is important. Evaluating ourselves is important. And also we must always know the purpose why we choose to participate in trainings. Yes, our report is available, and those of you who have been able to access our website, this report is available and it was shared with the funder. That is the United States Forest Service. So we completed our report and it is available for anyone who would want to read. Next. Yeah, still about that, I think the evaluation. Then in purpose and learning, let us continue. I was trying to emphasize that when we meet for these conferences, there is sometimes, like what we do with the communities, there is skills transfer. We get experts to speak to our project proponents so that they can better themselves by turning skills into tangible benefits. Next slide. Yes, that is self-explanatory. From the training to the products which were made. So when we will train the communities like for 3 weeks on the sustainable handcraft production methods, we give them time. We go back and follow up using our cards for those who are recruited. We follow up until the completion phase. Then after they have made their products, we take them to the Wenzori Sustainable Trade Center for purposes of marketing and earning money. Next slide. We are winding up. I had talked about some of the gaps. Now, gap number 2, we need to train more ecotourist site guides around the Kebale National Park. Then to develop ecotourism and forest interpretation guides, and of course distribute them to the site guides. That is something we need to fill. We need to train, of course, more women in sustainable basketry and link them to markets by partnering with the Rwenzori Sustainable Trade Center. Because like I told you, the project targeted 250 recipients. We had 100 ecotourist site guides, and we had 50 women in especially actually they were all women in the making of medicinal plants and value addition, and also the 100 women in sustainable basketry. So you can imagine that is just a handful. There is need to invest in more money in such programs if we are going to better the livelihoods of those who live around protected areas. Next slide. Yeah, the challenges are those ones we can skip since we don't have solutions now. Now recommendations. I had just mentioned conducting more trainings in ecotourism and basketry, supporting ethnobotanists with solar dryers. Like I said, most of them were still using traditional methods of drying, like on the rack. Okay, but if we could maybe get them dryers in future, we are trying to look for money. You never know. If you know anyone who can give us dryers, you just tell us. We shall go and pick them. Number 3. Yes, equipping more ecotourist site guides with the forest interpretation manuals and guidebooks. These ones we have not yet produced, but at least we have a draft for improvement. Next and last, I think. Yes, these are some of, that is what I was telling you, project resources. We are having a fact sheet for medicinal plants around Kebale National Park, which we are able to compile with the Toro Botanical Gardens, but we have not yet produced that one. Then, like I mentioned, this work was supported by the United States Forest Service, Department of Agriculture, and implemented by the Wildlife Clubs of Uganda. The last slide. Yeah, I think it is important to thank people who have done some good work. I should read that one. Yes, we wish to appreciate the United States Forest Service, Department of Agriculture, for the grant on Youth in Forest-Based Enterprise Development Program around the Kebale National Park. And of course, there was Leslie and John from the USFS who actually came up to the chief's office here in Entebbe. We sat and deliberated about this particular program, and they felt it was important and they supported us. Then also to thank them in absentia for choosing to support the Wildlife Clubs of Uganda. But I can confirm that this report was well received by the donor, and the first phases of the project were effectively and efficiently concluded. Yes. Anything else? Yeah. Thank you so much. I hope I have not bored you, and I'm very happy that I have completed 4 or 5. I think whatever is now left is for the chairperson of the session. You know, these issues of gender mainstreaming and gender balance. Maybe I don't know what you're going to tell us, but you're going to do workshop evaluation. You're going to take the questionnaire. After you return it, we are going to meet again here at 6 p.m. No, this is the chair. Me, I don't want you to tell me to clap for me. It is the chair if she thinks it is worth. I'm going to give you the microphone. Then I think that is it from me. We are meeting at 6. I've told you the program. It is already on the group. But between now and 6, before 6, all of us shall be smiling to the next mobile money agent. Chair, over to you.
Thank you, Eddie, for this session. Good afternoon, everyone. We are very grateful for whatever has been given to us. This is showing that even down there, with outside Kampala, people are doing great work. So this comes back to us, the teachers here in Kampala, the teachers in the northern region, the eastern region, to work hard and see that we take wildlife clubs to another level. We have had a lot of knowledge from this workshop. Let us go back home and do whatever we can do. Sensitize the youth, sensitize the young people in schools. Just like in the morning, Julia said, people will say we don't have funds. Encourage the students to solicit the funds. They will do it. That is what we do. Like in my school, they will tell you, my school will always be there for every function, but the school does not give me any money. It is from the students. Let's teach them how to love the clubs. They will always be willing to give. As you're encouraging them to solicit some money, you tell them you're giving back to nature and conservation. They'll look around and get that money. Then you come up to participate in some of these activities that we have. Like they said in the morning, make sure you register your school. You're going to get a membership card, and that means that we have allowed you into the wildlife clubs of Uganda. So when you go back to school, encourage them. They will solicit the money. A card is only 2,000 shillings, and they'll give you the procedure of how you can pay that money into the clubs. Then once the learners have the clubs, the personal cards, they will always be willing to solicit to the clubs and also come in to do some of the activities or all the activities that we usually have throughout the year. So when you register all the activities that we have throughout the year, you'll be getting to know them, that now we have this, and now we changed. We have regional sittings, conversions. We are moving them around. In Tororo, Mbale, Western. The other time people were in Arua, Chenjojo. So we can come all over the whole country if we have people participating in those different regions. So I want to thank members for your time. Thank you for being patient. Right about now, we want to hear from our chairperson, the chief, our host, to give us the closing remarks for now, before we go in for the last session. You're most welcome.
Good evening to everybody. I hope the training has been progressing well. We have come to, is it the tail or what? Is it the head, the tail? The head, tail. Okay, I hope you have had a nice time. Mine, before I appreciate people, I appreciate you. I want to introduce some few people who have come in. This is Miss Stuart. Oh, Miss what? Uganda. You first greet us.
Thank you so much, sir. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is number 0 Joanne, Miss Tourism Buganda, as well as a finalist of Miss Tourism Uganda. It's a pleasure to be with you all here today.
As UWA, we support young people, we support Miss Tourism, and we encourage them to be responsible Ugandans, to be good ambassador. I want to introduce two people, but before I do that, where's Bruce? Bruce, I've had good news from Bigodi. You're doing good work. Clap for him. Bruce went through our hands also, through UWEC here. So we trained you. I'm happy that you're doing good work. I want to come in front of you. This Kanyama here. The Wako from the Nailo man. Nailo. I have brought him in front because he's an expert. He's the head of keepers here. So if there is any problem, animal, rescues, what, is in charge of all the keepers here. So he will be giving you can give the number.
My number is 0774 355 072. 0774 355 072. Thank you. My name is Wako Ronald. I'm the head animal keeper. I'm very grateful to be here. Unfortunately, I didn't make it for the whole training because when Chief was down here and our leaders, it necessitated us, some of us, to stay up there because we have a thin staffing. Most of them have gone for sports and other commitments in the outreaches. Whatever it is, all is well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I also want to introduce someone who has not been around but that you find very useful, Philip Katabulaho. Philip, come in front and they see you. Philip has been in charge before we merged. He was in charge of outreaches. So he has just come back from Fort Portal. I may not give you the opportunity to greet, but he's doing good work in promoting conservation education. He has been in Fort Portal, and there are tracks that we have, very specialized tracks that you click, they bring the stage, they bring the screen. So sometime write and invite us to support your initiatives regionally. We shall boost you so that the clubs can thrive. And lastly, Lucy, come in the front here. You see this beautiful lady? She has done for us good work and her organization. She comes all the way from Australia and she works with Zoos Victoria. We have partnership. And why I have invited her to be here is that they're supporting us with production of materials. Materials that support the teaching of school curriculum. We have started with secondary curriculum, and the first book that we have distributed in many schools across the country, we are going to produce many, is on biodiversity. And the second volume, which is coming, I think is on waste management. Is that climate change? And pollution. Waste management, climate change, and what? Pollution. And I have already got money from Australia. Cuts of people of Lucy. I will ask her to just say hello to you. She's here as an expert to train us on how to manage these elephants. She's a global expert. She has moved all over the world, and therefore we need such people to really blend with what we already know so that we can put again you are now. This is UWEC-CA. I said it was the best in East, Central, and West Africa, but we want to be the best in Africa. And we need them. We want to be the best. We comes and teaches us, then we are better than them.
Thank you. I appreciate that. This is my second visit this year because I love Uganda and I really see this program. Thank you. I came because I had an opportunity to, as part of the partnership, to come and support the team on ground with the elephants primarily. Had such a great time because of the people mainly, because they're so welcoming, so enthusiastic, so passionate about what they do. And that's really inspiring for me. So I've been doing my job for 25 years at Zoos Victoria. So to have an opportunity to be welcomed into another program that's really, really on the groundwork is really exciting. Not just for the elephants that exist here in the zoo, but for all the elephants in Uganda that we want to protect. We want to understand why they're coming in to live in the zoo, why there are challenges out there, and what can we do to prevent those challenges, prevent them coming in. But when we have them and we house them, what can we do to make their lives the very best they can be? So I'm very enthused to work with the team. We're doing a lot of good training with the elephants, the integration process, and just the overall welfare enrichment. So I appreciate being welcomed back by David for the second time this year. He's very accommodating because I put my hand up and said, can I come back? So welcome arms, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Not only that they come this side, but we also go there. Here we go there. I think last year they hosted me very well. I thank you. But we also have our staff. They go to learn from there. They also send staff, their staff coming here. So Lucy, we appreciate you and the entire team at Zoos Victoria for the support that you are giving here. And add more, pour more dollars this side, and we are they are having the impact. So these teachers you are seeing here, Lucy, the patrons and the regional coordinators come from all over this country. They come from all over the country, and they have done some good work, and we appreciate them. So, ladies and gentlemen, we do appreciate you. We thank you for the time that you have been here. We have not had any challenge. Apart from, I think someone was telling me that someone got lost and was knocking on the chimp house. And another one was also attempting to knock on the lion what? Yes, but it has been very okay, and we want to thank you so much. But we also, I thank my colleagues. We have worked well with the board. Can you clap for the board? There are some boards, some people are arrogant, some people poke each other, you know. For me, I have had a very nice team. We are moving very well, and we are going to achieve what? We achieve a lot, and we are going to put the clubs to another level. I want to thank the facilitators. If you have facilitated, put up your hand. Any facilitator, put up your hand. I have done here. Mukisa, did you facilitate? Who bored you? None. Okay. Julius must have bored you. Was good. Huh? Waste management. Then but sometimes he talks about bad manners. That he said this baboon does like this, he likes women, he likes men. Did he talk about such things? That you watch, you see how it is behaving, you know, ladies go in front. I was not there, I'm just imagining. Julius, did you talk about such things? Okay. I dreamt about Julius that he must have talked about bad manners when he was taking, and this is true. The ED, my colleague Vanis, and others, we want to appreciate you for the time you have been with our patrons and the regional coordinators. We really appreciate. I hope you are now pregnant. Pregnant is knowledge and what? Skills, and you're going to deliver. You're going to have a normal what? Delivery. And through the normal delivery, you're going to do good work. We want you to be active by doing those activities, you know, plant trees. I was a patron of a very vibrant club many years ago, 20 years ago. And my club was very what? Very active. I had a very vibrant drama group which was winning awards. Douglas, can you bear witness? Aha. Douglas was the national what? That time. Chairperson of wildlife clubs during that time. So we used to do tree planting. We used to do waste management, even recycling. So you can go back and start small and do these activities. I know some of you are not teachers, but at least wherever you are, you can do something. Don't just sit there. I use this word. Don't sit there like a tonto. Pour the tonto down. Not tonto, malwa. If not malwa, I'm not abusing you. But also do bird watching. You put trays, birds can come, get binoculars. Maybe when you're active, you'll get also binoculars from either projects or a project. And then people will appreciate you. We shall appreciate you for the good work. And then you go and do those activities. I think you have learned a lot today about waste management, isn't it? So, but also in my remarks the other day, yesterday, I told you at least one thing that you should leave this place with. Don't throw what? Bottles, plastics. Whenever you come across them, pick and go and put them in the designated what? Places. At least what I learned. That's what I learned. And you don't play. You enter my place, you enter my home, you enter my car, and you throw through the window. I will remove you from there. I have ever done it. Go out. How do you throw plastics? Through my car. And make sure that maybe the ED will give you soft copies of the Constitution. You must know our Constitution. It is a new Constitution. What we have been lacking is the strategic what? Plan, which we have now got. Now you are not going to move like what? Headless chicken. You are not going to move like what? Headless chicken. We shall support you. I have talked about materials, but you go and promote a good name of what? Of the life. Our plan, maybe Vanice, we shall sit down. We want to build like an education center, a good one. Up theater where you sit, projectors everywhere. That's our plan. And I'm sure we are going to achieve that so that every year you come and present those projects like what Professor has presented. That for me, I'm from Arua. I have been working on a project, and then you come and share with us a report of what you have been doing. You never know through those presentations, you can get what? Funding to support you. We can also interlink our presentations globally so that other people in Zoos Victoria. I've just had a meeting with the manager from Chester Zoo a few minutes ago from UK. They are also interested in working with us. We can interlink this with zoos in Japan, Yokohama Zoos, Chubu University, others, London Zoo, all those places, universities. That's how you get opportunities. Because if you don't talk about what you're doing, if you don't talk about this country, if you don't bring yourself forward, nobody knows that you're in this country. How many are we? We're about 47 million. Who will know you if you don't come forward? You come forward, you present something, and then you say, but now, if for example, there's a trip to Australia, who are going? You have come forward. We are not going to pick people in the village there who are sleeping, who are not doing any work. We are going to work with people who are very what? Very active. And that's how you get opportunity. I told you, for me, when I get an opportunity, I don't sit even behind there. Whenever I go, I talk about this country, I talk about what I'm doing, so that people can see my face. Hey, this guy from Uganda is around. And because of that, we have got a lot of what? Opportunities. So please don't hide, don't bury your head. Wake up and work hard. There are many what? Opportunities in this what? In this world. And this is a very good platform for you, the wildlife clubs of what? Uganda. Take advantage. There is a brand. Don't abuse our what? Our brand. Don't go there and misuse our name. And when we get you, you're misusing, doing your own funny things, mixing clubs, politics, and other things, doing fraud, using clubs to fraud people, mismanage resources of WCU. We shall do what? We are going to be very tough on that. So please be good people, be good patrons. There is, recognize our associate member. Where's Chira Isaac? Yes, oh. Yes, you worked with, you come in front. And recently I sat with him on a panel sitting interview, isn't it? Uh-huh. I've remembered you very well now. But he has done a lot. I'm sure in the conservation is an icon. He has done a lot. So just some 1 minute. Introduce yourself and tell us what you're doing.
Thank you so much. I'm called Isaac Kiria. I work with Wildlife Conservation Society as a projects manager. I love nature. I've been in conservation for the last 25 years. Started working for nature in 1998. I joined Wildlife as a ranger. I left Uganda Wildlife Authority in 2004 as an assistant warden. I was in Machon. I was heading tourism. I headed law enforcement. So after that, I've been only conservation NGOs. I've worked for National Forest Authority. I've worked for Nature Uganda. I've worked for Eco Trust. I'm now WCS, and I thought I would retire back in UWA. Thank you so much.
We wish you well, and thank you so much. Yes, you see, he has done a lot. He has worked with many organizations. He has a lot of information. So interact with such people. Which people do you interact with in your life? Some of you interact with drunkards every day. Then you complain, no jobs here. Jobs, I'm not seeing them. It is you who is the problem. But when you are serious, the jobs look for you. If you are not serious, you look, you apply, you get frustrated, you say maybe they bewitched me. You blame God because you are not serious. So work hard. I hope from today we have touched your life. We hope from today there is something that you have learned. We hope that when you came in, you have gone back somehow different. Please go and take this opportunity, the platform, the people you have. Your network is your what? Your net worth. Your network is your net worth. So the network you have made today, maintain. There are people who are very good at breaking relationships, quarreling, minimizing others. This person you minimize, tomorrow you'll find him in a very big office and you have quarreled, you abused. I remember, I don't know whether true or no, I hear someone was called on the phone, said, stupid, what? No. And someone missed this training because of that. Be humble in life. Be what? Be humble and work as if nobody is seeing you. It's only God who is seeing you. Are you getting me? Work like it's only God who is seeing you. Even if you are alone, don't wait for someone to supervise you. The ED of WC is not seeing me, so work for yourself, work for God. Are you getting me? And life will be very what? Will be very easy. With those remarks, I want to close this training, but you go briefly, then we extend. and we shall have other activities during the another session that we are going to have before we close this training. So let me take this opportunity to close this formal training, this formal interaction. This workshop is now closed. Thank you. And I want to request a very good Christian or a Muslim or whatever religion to close and pray for us, because I'm worried in the evening people will start turning eyes in different directions. Others, they will walk on what? On 4. Others will look for their dormitory, their accommodation. They go to the lion. So the evening is tricky. I don't understand the evening. So who can give us? Yeah. Okay, from here, we are going to take a group photo, all of us. Make sure you appear. And make sure you are in front. Make sure you are what? In the front. So can we have the closing prayer?
So before we have the prayer, we are going to do the post evaluation for the workshop. So I'm going to give out the form to you, and please make sure that you return the form. So the questions are very simple. There's something to highlight about. Very, very simple, pertinent to what has been transpiring throughout the workshop. And then afterwards, the Queen will give us a word of prayer with the crown. You know what it means? Good. So I'm going to give out the forms. Please stay where you are. Afterwards, you've gotten the form. Then you'll be guided on what to do next. Then there is someone who asked a question that are there opportunities for students who have finished Senior 4 and wish to study a course in conservation instead of going to A level? So you can see how this workshop has been impactful. Already people want to shift careers. They want to study. There are very many of them. One of them is Uganda Wildlife Training, Research and Training. It's no longer an institute, it's a college. Uganda Wildlife Research and Training College. So please, for more information, you can reach out to these younger men. They are seated behind there. Can you raise your hand? Then if you want to do tourism, Kumba University also has a certificate in tourism at Senior 4 entry. And very many others. You can come to us for further guidance. Thank you very much. So I'm going to give out the forms. The ED has guided. Please, you can pick the form from here. As we go out to get the picture, pick the form from here. You fill it and return it immediately. May God bless you. Hey, before you go, prayer.
Let's all stand up for our prayer. Almighty King of Glory, would like to thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for this moment, King of Kings. Who are we to be here today? Lord King of Kings, I would like to thank you for everything that has been taught throughout this workshop. Thank you for the facilitators. Thank you for the organizers, King of Kings. Thank you for everything that has been taught throughout this workshop. And King of Kings, as we are leaving this place, I pray that whatever has been taught to us, we may put it into action and do more so as to preserve our environment as well as take wildlife to our next level. King of Kings, as we're going for the next session, may we go in peace, may we go safely, and may you bless us. I pray this through the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all, now and forevermore. Amen.
So we move out for photos.
coming from? From Kalangala. Where is Godfrey from Kalangala? Omusajja yatambudde ku MV Kalangala. If you want to get the best fresh air in Uganda, go to Kalangala. This man is the only man with 6 packs here. Okay. We have Juliet Nambozo Butusu Bubutu SS. Umulaba Afana Conservation. Congratulations. Katinja kubeera osada tukulabe. We have Daniel Pikisa from Colin Aid. As he comes, we have Ling Silvano from Chidepu. The man of the Karamoja. The most brown person here. Thank you. Congratulations. Then we have Asime Patience from Entebbe Batting Club. This is the girl who has the eye that is sharper than the eagle. Hallelujah. Oh, yo. She can even see the veins of the bird. That is Asime Patience. A bird. She did the internship from here to UWEC, and she's a member of Nkumbai Wildlife Club. We have Agaba Dennis from Gisoro. They even call it Gisoro. From Gisoro. Agaba Dennis. Umlaba. This is the gentleman who hugs gorillas every day. We have Muzinale Bridget. Bridget Buruguta. This Bridget is also from Kisoro. This is the lady who milks the mountain gorilla. We have Mollis. Mollis Kampim. That one from Mbarara. Umushiza Wamate. Wamureva. Enuogwe. Umurebe jemwetejereze. And he's the guy behind our video. He's the one covering everything. Let's clap hands for him. Then we have Atuhire Immaculate from Kabarole district. Kabasi. Kabarole, let them see. As who Agava. This is from Kabarole, from Kisoro. Gwe. Agava. Okay. We have Kamsi Meridian from Rukunjiri, Omuchiga. The neighbor of Besige. Where are we? Kamsi Meridian, where are we? How did you become calm? Okay. That one has missed the card. And once I go from Chitante Primary School, wow. I remember I became Mr. Wildlife from Chintant Hill School. Without Chintant, nobody saw get one. We have Oleje Samuel, Kampala Parent School. The school that brings a lot of children here and you feel a headache during peak season. Kampala Parent School, Oleje Samuel. Where is Samuel? We have Mugirwa Abu Bakal. He comes from St. Mary's College, Ugazi. Thank you so much. This gentleman has never missed also Wildlife Club activities. I know him very well. We have Noha Tejike. That is Kira College Butiki. The brother from another mother. That guy. The man of empires only. He works with boys. Then we have Victor Ogwal. Victor Ogwal has not come. And Odul Daniel from Rila. From Rila. Man. Hey, let's clap hands for him. Rila. Do you know what I'm talking about? Even has the latest even things. Congratulations. Once you have that card, make sure you register and renew your membership. We have Akun Joan Joyce from West Nile. People have moved from West Nile. Let's clap hands for her, Bambi. Thank you for coming and thanks for honoring our invitation. Bambi, thank you so much. May God bless you. We also have Chakua Henry from Nakasongola, where the rhinos are. This is the vital area that where the rhinos are breeding like as if they are antelopes. Okay, congratulations, bro. And this gentleman is the coordinator for wildlife clubs in Nakasongola. Those ones in Nakasongola, he's the gentleman to consult for wildlife. He's a coordinator like me. We have Orono Samuel from Ruero. If you know Ruero, if you know the history of Ruero, that just says, hey. We have Nawolo Basement Odoi from Tororo is also a coordinator. Nawolo Basements. Basements. Sorry. But then put the basement. Hallelujah. The man from Bigodi. Bigodi is one of the most famous ecotourism sites in Uganda. If you know about Chibari Forest being the primate capital of the world, Bigode has a lot of primates. Then we also have Peter Batunde from Mukono. Petero, absent is apology. Peter from Mukono. Let's clap hands for him. Congratulations. But for me, I don't come from Mukono, I come from Kuguru. Then we have Gertrude Katehangwa from Rubirizi, the heart of Africa, the promised land of every creature. My homeland. Your neighbor. She's my best friend. Then we have Bwambale Jokim from Uganda Nursing School. That is windy. Where is Jokim from Bwindi? Bwindi, the ultimate goal experience. Okay? Absent with no apology. Ngai Yakonde, Kampala, KIU. This gentleman is very active. He started the wildlife club at KIU. And he was having a big dream of making KIU to be the most active. Once we give you that card, it means you have given you a moon to go and fight for wildlife. Then we have Apollo Regina from Lolopach Primary School, Kitugum, from Kitugum. Bambe, thank you so much, Mama. I was in Kitugum for 1 week. Kopango. Elamabel. Okay, fire attack. I know every language. Then we have Okumu Francis from Gulu City. Gulu City. Thank you so much. Make sure you spread the gospel of wildlife and environment plus waste management. Then we have Maina James from Bududa, the land of landslides. These guys, every time they are sliding. Thank you so much. Once we give you this card, when you remember about it, don't put it in a pocket and it breaks. Keep it very well. We have Oliokot Simon from Mumbale, the land of Kadodi. Umwana we Masaba. Mwana we Malewa. So, Wimbaru.
Mwana w'embalu.
Eva kuchitebe chikuru. The headquarters. Okay. We have Sala. Banange Kayukra. That's the patron from Mbale says. That is Mbale. Banange. Thank you so much, Mama. She's very active, Bambi. But very humble. You can look at her. Very humble, Bambi. Bambi. So we have Wale Jonathan from Silonko. Banange, people have moved. Thank you so much. The man has come from Silonko. Congratulations, bro. Go and spread the gospel of wildlife and environment. Then we have Muhawe Jory from Sesame Girls. That is Kisoro, but Kisoro team is many. From Kisoro, Sesame Girls. That's why I started my senior 2 from. I started from Sesame Girls. Look at me. Congratulations. Yes. And I was in boarding school. Okay. So. Okay. We have Bakayo Abraham from Kisoro. Kisoro. From Kisoro. Be people from Kisoro.
Thank you.
That is where gold meets silver. Okay. We have Biramahire Philemon from Gisoro. Banange Gisoro people. Thank you so much. I've seen you for you. I've seen you. You're going to conserve. We have Namanya John from Gisoro. Yohana from Gisoro. But you people from Gisoro. No, they're saying it's called Gisoro. Only from Gisoro district. Of milk and honey from Mumbarara. Okay. We have Nora Nyangech, Madagascar Primary School. Madagascar, from Madagascar district. From Madagascar. That is from Wakiso district. Yeah, from Wakiso, the gate of Uganda. Yeah, Wakiso is the gate of Uganda. The bedroom. So we have Musasi the Patriki. Musasi the Tusasire. From Mitiana. Muzigoti. Do you know what is Goti? Kapande is the Goti, then it's Goti. In Mitiana. Congratulations, bro. Then we have Wandela Robert, St. Mary's College, Chisubi, Wakiso. Smack. Jasper from Uganda Wildlife Authority, Entebbe. Where is Jasper? Jasper, where Nabimanya Jasper. Naruyange Susan from Lake Victoria School. The school where President Idi Amin Dada Field Masu started from. And his children also from the same school. And she was the teacher by then. Okay, we have Jawada Kiza from UWTI from Kasese. The Mystical Challenge, the Medal of Wonders. Only place you find the climbing lions. That is Kasese. Where the middle of the world, by the way. They are crossed by the equator. They're in the middle of the world. So we have Chance Dixon from UWTI. This guy has land in Katwe salt mining. Every day he goes and mines salt. This guy takes care of flamingo birds that like Munyanyange. So we have Mugisha Gideon Joshua. His Excellency, the President of Republic of Nkumba University Wildlife Club chapter. And is the Speaker of Nkumba University Guild. Oyo is a honorable. We have Otema Joseph from I came with the ho Najana Nkumbi. I came with a hoe. This guy, Enkumbi Terimba, he came with a hoe. So get your hoe and plant more trees for wildlife to live. Najana Nkumbi. Then we have Odong James from Seta High. Mukono, Seta. Hey. Oyo. Hey. Oyo. Olaba entamba alinga linya ku springi. Omulaba. Yepika. Atambulanga china wolof. Rhino walk. Be aggressive like a rhino to conserve. Temba denge na kuwa na biri. Webuza mzogende. Okay. Cut. Badesi nabatandika kukola. When I read, you come and pick your card. Light. Are we together? So, Nachirio Wasala from Mitiana. Come forward. Namsis Florence from Padre Pio. Hey, congratulations. I wish somebody can come and pick them. You come and pick them. Okay. I read, you pick your card. Then we have Wandulu, this man from Nyondo Estate, that is in Mbale. Hey, thank you for coming. Kakai Lukia from Mbale. Songo Hussein Adam from Mbale. Selunjogi Deo from Padre Pio. So we have Isimba Francis Maddox SS Chenjojo. That is Chenjojo. We have Berivare Anena Conservation through Public Health. That is CTPH Entebbe by Dr. Gladys Kalema. Musazi Faluk Kawanda from Matuga. Oyoto Musagira kaja kutuga. Kasoko atakuraino. Ambrose Iraduk. Iradunku. That one. Ambrose from Kampala, you come in front. Kwezera Fred from Kisoro. Kisoro. Oceana Bernard from Changsha Model. Entebbe. Yeah. We have Nalwanga Cleve Kasozi Joseph from Kampala. Mwanje Emmanuel from Entebbe. Luja Ivan from Miss Tourism. I think Mr. Ruja, she's going to receive on behalf of Mr. Ruja. Moses Esabu from East African Wildlife Society. Abeya Angela, Tourism and Concession Officer UWEC. Alelo Simon from Law Enforcement UWEC. Kamada Akemi from Japan. Yo. Internationale. Active member of Wildlife Club. Nabanja Priscilla, Wildlife Clubs of Uganda. That is intern at Rugogo. Bambi. Kasache Celestine. Kasache Celestine from UWEC. Sambula Patricia from Arlington Junior School. So we have Nawabereza Patricia Sharon from Entebbe. Mr. Mustafa from Entebbe Junior School Entebbe. Navirie, come forward with a big smile. I give you a nice, give her the most beautiful card there. Anyone who has not got the card? Who? Okay, you come and I give you cards with one heart. In case of anything, nja kuwoza. Muwe. With a big smile. No yo muwe, no yo muwe. Wait. Their names, I'm not seeing them. Wait. Where is your name? Your name is what? Brambale Joachim. Hey, give him. Uh-huh. Then what? Wait.
We will give out more cards later. Thank you so much, Julius. Please give them to him. We shall give out more cards later. We thank you so much for your patience. Please DJ some music in the background. DJ. Twagala vibe. So yes, thank you. We are soon serving dinner, and I'm assuming everyone got a drink of your choice, and courtesy of our chairman. I have also carried my drinks. I don't want to announce them now. I want you to first eat, then I will call them on the table. So we are here until tomorrow. I have already notified my wife. She knows that I'm here and I'm very safe. So we are having a few items that we are going to perform. Then we go for dinner. They are just adding a few spices on the meals before we enjoy them. Where is Mukisa? Mukisa Emmanuel? Yes. Please come closer. I want to give you a blessing because you know me, I'm about to retire. I'm looking for successors. DJ some more vibe. Yes, so I will request. Yes, we are going to recognize a few persons or individuals who have been very instrumental in keeping the clubs alive even before we came into office. I will have the honors to read your name. You will step forward. Most of you have not yet shaken the chairman's hand and that of the Queen and board members. They will do me the honors and give out the awards. But before that, amid the stars, DJ, level a little bit. We have a few or very important persons and allow me to recognize them. They are my neighbors. So sometimes when you are going home, you can have issues, and when you make alarm, your neighbor can rescue you. Allow me to recognize these people and present them before now we do these things of present before the chancellor and what. So we shall recruit them into clubs, but to present them to the public. Retired Kanokaguisa, all the way from Mbarara. Please, I request you stand up for recognition. Some little music in the background. Yes. He's my neighbor, a bit distant, but I know when I make a call, he can get closer. There is Rotarian Ronald Mchunguzi, all the way from Rukunjiri. He's my neighbor, and we belong to the same club. That is the Rotary Club of Accurate City. Then our current chairman, Muvule Bade Group, Rotarian Alan Chiwumlo. Sebo, thank you so much for coming through. Yeah, he's also my neighbor. Now there is my son. My son all the way from Kigali. Yeah, I have kept for you enough bananas. Please see me before you go home. And ice cream. So Rotarian Kasasera, Peter, is my son. We are all born to the same father in Rotary. That is Professor Kanyes Charles, who is not here. He's our mentor. And he knows one time Professor Kanyes, he kidnapped us in quotes for a whole week in Zimbabwe. And he looked after us very well. So some of the problems I'm facing here is because of him. So please, thank you so much for coming. And I know you're from Barrio, again, Rotarian Charles Kanyesije. whom some of you know, the principal of Insamizi Institute. 2 months ago, he lost his brother, was murdered on the farm, and this month has lost a sister, so it is sad. And please, you convey my apologies. I was not able to make it because of this event. So we are sorry, but you know, that is sometimes God's plan, but we are sorry. So on my list, the way we have written, say please, I will request together with the board members and the Queen to award these very, very important persons that have been very instrumental in the life of the clubs. I need some music in the background. Yes, yes, yes. I hope the cameras are still working very well. I don't know if we are still live on TopNotch TV. Yeah, we are live on TopNotch TV. So even when you are drinking the beer, you have to be careful on the way how you hold the bottle, because we are live on TopNotch TV and UWEC-CA. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you. The first person all the way from Karamoja, he has recruited members for the clubs. That is Mr. Ling Silvano. Mr. Ling Silvano, he comes from Karamoja. He has fought with warriors and recruited members into clubs. We recognize your work and we don't take it for granted. Yeah, thank you so very much. The next person in line is Mr. Byron Semambo, all the way from the Albertine Rift. That gentleman works with Flora and Fauna International. He once called and he gave me a job which I declined. Yeah, the money was not so good, but next time you will come improve on the money you're giving. Yeah, thank you so much for the good work you do for the clubs. Mr. Neviona Bruce, all the way from Kidepo Valley. Hey, no, from Bigodi. Yeah, this was my first student at Nkumba University in 2010. Yes, by then I was learning how to lecture, but I think I did a good work. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, these were my first people to teach, and they are doing a good job. Mrs. Odoi, the other name is Bense, something quite complicated, all the way from Tororo. Yes, thank you so much for the good work you do as a coordinator in Tororo. Our greetings to Tianga Dola. Yes. Nambuya Dafin Walube. All the way from mountains. Every time you are threatened by the landslides, please plant more trees. Yeah, thank you for the good work you do for the clubs. We appreciate. What do you say, Milembe? Agaba Dennis from Kisoro. Agaba Dennis has recruited the highest number of members into the wildlife clubs of Uganda. Yeah, thank you so much. We appreciate your work. Morris. Yeah, Morris joined the clubs like 2 years ago. He joined us when we went to Kenya for the training. But in the 2 years, he has done a lot of tremendous work in Imbarara. Yeah, thank you so much. But just you can send clubs. Mr. Julius Mwesite, the coordinator for Entebbe region. Yeah, thank you so much. Okay. Omkikuru, the oldest member of the club since 1974, Madam Gertrude Katehangwa. This is the only club in Uganda where members bought land an equivalent of 1 acre. It is still there, and we are going to build hostels. Whoever mnonga, whoever kunde byo bahangwa, rukunde kumeo. Kamsime Lilian. Kamsime Lilian, all the way from Rukunziri. Yes. Meanwhile, Mr. Kiria Isaac. Mr. Kiria Isaac, hey, I don't even know why you had to sit behind. This man had to remind me that his associate membership card expired 3 days ago. He paid. He said he wants to renew. You are not supposed to sit behind because you are not regular. Please, I want you this side. I have a table for you here. I don't know why you are behind. Please, after you come here. And he happens to be my classmate when we are doing masters in natural resource management. Yes. Thank you so much. Bring his certificate. He also has a certificate for associate membership. And being an associate member, you only pay emitwalo 12. And that gentleman has been paying 120,000 each year from the time he joined the clubs. You turn the certificate, and receive it officially. You had done this camera. Say maybe if you can now hand over officially. You know it was the other way around. Yes. Yeah, we thank you so much for simplifying our work. In clubs, all we want is money to do the work. Yeah, thank you so much, and please, you relocate here. Relocate here. I want to give you special drinks. Webale muno, msaiza wa Bunyoro, msaiza wa Abutamba. Now, the last person is very special. Did you first level a little bit? Yes. And because I told you I'm very transparent. Now, this last person, we have known her for a very short period of time, me and Julius. But the first time we announced our trip to Naivasha, the chairperson said that there are people who love clubs from the heart and those who love clubs from the mouth. Me, I think I prophesy that maybe one day you will even work with the United Nations, especially UN Women. This person, she uses her own money, even when the school was not director of Madagascar schools. Yes, he paid all the monies and he said he wants to become a member of the clubs. He's not getting recognized, but he's receiving a certificate of the school as the director. Narugaru Kunziri. Nomushinja wa sente abakugamboro nyankore numuhitsira mpora. And also to mention, my children, they go to his school. Yes. Thank you so much for supporting the clubs. So please look in the camera, and those photos we don't repeat. So we're happy to induct Madagascar schools, and I would like to invite Mr. Otai, Aaron, and the teacher Nora Nyangets to join in this photo. Please, you wait a little. Yeah, because this is a new club. Please, teachers, we keep time. Try to hurry. Even if it means running, you run. You come and join with your director. You do not fear him. These are club things. Even you should increase your salary by the maybe clubs. Yes, teacher Nora. Yeah, these two teachers have also taught my children who are now about to go to secondary school. I'm still looking for the best secondary school. What the centers now balloons. Yeah, thank you. Yes. We shall share all the photos. And lastly, who is receiving on behalf of the patron of Kabarole? We have one certificate. And that certificate, to inform you and board members, one of our participants fell sick. Our regional coordinator for Kabarole. She underwent a successful operation. She has it for the club membership, and they have paid for about 50 members. For the club membership, and they have paid for about 50 members. All the way from Tiendozo, Maddox, Senior, Secondary. Amanda, please take this photo very well. Please, you receive for Maddox from our chairperson. Yes, that is Maddox. I started at Maddox for 4 years, and I would walk on foot for 4 years. 12 kilometers, yes. O level, Maddox, yes. Senior 1 to Senior 4. Yeah, thank you so much. I thank you so much for this. Members, we are going in for dinner. You are set? Yes, we are going in for dinner, and we shall start with the high table. And like I promised, the other vehicle, mutera kuchita drone. And your family, please. It is okay. DJ, the best music. Julius, bring the shash. You know, queens are not supposed to. Hey, your family, you join. Please join in the croning, Sharon. Sharon, join Mzee. You join Vanessa and the Remy and the chair and the former chair. Then Julius, please. What is the queen? Please take your seat. Okay. Zembera bamawulire kati ffe tuli live TopNotch TV Mbarara. Tuli live ku Day2.
We going from local to international this year. We never gonna borrow, now we balangolo this year. Yeah. We going from local to international this year. We never gonna borrow, now we balangolo this year. I risk a banana. Ashana nikajo west we grow banana. Mixi bantu kazana. Ngoma tukazinyaza we
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time ever, we are having a Wildlife Club's ambassador, and that is Queen Nambazira Joanita or Joan from Buganda. She's the current queen of Buganda Kingdom. She's the queen of Buganda, but now she is ambassador for the Wildlife Clubs of Uganda for the first time. In Uganda, she's the first queen. Congratulations, Queen Nambazira Joanita. So, Queen, the main role you are going to be playing, you are going to engage the youth, you are going to engage the young children in wildlife conservation. You are going to be the mirror. When other children see you, they are going to be motivated to conserve wildlife and environment for generations. Queen, once you have our brand, wherever you go, the brand of Wildlife Clubs, it has to be on your body. Once you talk about wildlife, talk with passion. Let people love Wildlife Clubs of Uganda, the oldest non-governmental conservation agency in Uganda. That's the Wildlife Clubs of Uganda.
Yes, we shall have one official photograph. There are us who are here only. The rest it will be next year. So Julius, you join me, we take a photo with the Queen. The rest you can watch on TV, we are live. Tell us when you're ready. And after, we will step back. We remain with the chief. We start awarding certificates. Yeah, thank you so much. And now remain with the chief and the board members. The Queen can step back. The chief and the board members. Certificates. Gideon, please. Gideon. Mukisa, bring certificates. We award very fast. Our drinks are getting cold. Members, I will read quite faster, so we try to keep time. The certificates are going to be presented randomly. There is no specific order, but we all have certificates. We thank you for this event. Yes, we are going to keep time. Be quick as teachers. Mr. Obuklem George William. Pio Katatumba. Ivan Okroy. Please, let's try to hurry up. Mr. Odul Daniel. Pio Katatumba. Then Odul Daniel. Ivan Okroy, yes. Make sure you get the memorable photo, and we are live on TopNotch TV all the way from Mbarara, Karo Karunzi. Odul Daniel. Lilian Kamsime. Lilian Kamsime. Joachim Wambale. Bwindi Nursing School all the way from Bwindi. Omkikuru Gertrude Katehangwa. Yeah, you shake hands starting with the lady in uniform, then for me we shall shake next year. Mr. Agaba Dennis. Meanwhile, Muzera Nege Bridget, get closer. Miss Asime Patience. Miss Asime Patience, please step forward. Morris, our regional coordinator from Barara, please. Drinks are getting cold. Mr. Amanyere Godfrey, all the way from Chienzojo. Byron Semambo. Byron Semambo. Mr. Msaz Farouk, please get closer. You start from the lady in uniform. Mr. Msaz Farouk. Puruka Tembo Johnson. Puruka John Tembo. Yes. Martin Nyesiga. I think Martin Nyesiga is not, I think. Matov Abubeka. Meanwhile, Wandera Robert Makulu, get closer.
Purchase your tracks today.
Matov Abubeka. Wandera Makulu. Wandera Makulu. Mr. Serunjoki Deo. Songo Hussein Adam. Get closer. Pola as we take the photos, don't obstruct the camera. Kakai Rukia. Kakai Rukia. Wandulu Dismas. Naba Birosara. Naba Birosara. Naba Birosara. Nakirio Wasara. In case you hear a name of someone from your school and they are not here, you could take their certificate. Nakirio Wasara, Odongo James, Mr. Dithan Bananuka. Odongo James, let's try to hurry up, please. Odongo James, Mr. Dithan Bananuka, Mr. Otemo Joseph, Sarah Nababiro. Yeah, Sarah seems to be the youngest teacher, all the way from Gilgol Palmas, Mitiana. Sarah is there beside you. Otemo Joseph. Mr. Otemo Joseph. Mugabe Max Abraham, coordinator of Soga. Please step forward quickly. Mugisa Joshua Gideon. Mr. Okum Francis. Okum Francis.
A big time player, trip too big and ganja. I went flexer, Tina said gym, too hot like a heater.
Badzenyi Richard, CTPH. Badzenyi Richard, let's try to hurry up.
MJ on the shit, thriller, funny vibes every night.
Regional coordinator Daphne Nambuye.
Pull up in a beam, too much to be in the
Chance Dickens. Meanwhile, Joad Kiza, get ready. Chance Dickens, Joad Kiza, Bavale Anena, CTPH, Mr. Merembe Dan, I think Dan left. Iradukunda Ambrose, Bavale Anena, Iradukunda Ambrose, Green Guardians Conservation Hub, yes. Mr. Victor Wall did not turn up. Mr. Lukwago Paul did not turn up. Orcott Simon. Meanwhile, Peter Batunde, Visit Uganda, Tours and Travel. Get closer. Peter Batunde. Did I mention Ivan Okoroy? I did. Namanya John from Kisoro. Akun Joan Joyce, West Nile region. Ara Sarah Hauha. That is Akun, West Nile. Sarah Hauha. Tayewa Desmond Mbarara. They didn't show up. What a shame. Hey, Wale Jonathan. Nambanzimana Emmanuel. Musasi Patrick.
And I've been living fast life, but I see
Mr. Ntabazi Geoffrey
oh no, and you see my lifestyle, I got G's in the tub.
Mr. Ntabazi Geoffrey Nsamba all the way from Kalangala, Namayingo, Buvuma, abo babera ku byenyanza. Mr. Ntabazi Aparo Regina all the way from Kitugum or Rome, Sub-County. Was abasada babera ku nyanza mu Balaba. Mr. Turia Habwe Abel Kakaba Ditana Muhawe Jole from Kisoro. Meanwhile, Masete Patrick, please get closer. Tegike Noha, all the way from Kira College, Butiki, the former industrial city. City about industries about soul. Mr. Tegike Noha, that is Patrick Masete. Herbert Nyombi, what a shame did not turn up. Tiakua Henry, all the way from Kalangala. Yeah, Henry is our regional coordinator for the areas Kalangala and our friends the Baruli. Mr. Osinya Bernard, Nambozo Juliet, all the way from Namisindwa. Wamuke Bruno, Mr. Enebiona Bruce. No. Mr. Nebiona Bruce. Mr. Samba Francis. Itag Devin. I don't know now who will take the photo. TopNotch TV Barara. Amazon Building. Itag Devin. Samba Francis. Mr. Rono Samuel, get closer. Drinks are getting cold. Mr. Rono Samuel. Mulako Andrew. Mulako Andrew. Ling Silvano. Mr. Kabuka Henry, TopNotch TV. That is Malako Andrew. Meanwhile, Ngaya Ivan Konde, patron, Kampala International University. Close. I think that is Mugeri Abubakar. Then Mr. Kagisa Mustafa. Immaculate is sick. She has just returned from the hospital. The roommate, you come and pick a certificate. That is Immaculate. Nalongo. Pixar Daniel. Pixar Daniel. Pixar Daniel. Nora Nyangech. Yes, the person whom we agreed to serve these other drinks, please do the needful. Nyangech. Serious music is about to begin. Joel Taremwe. Madagascar. Nyabolo Bensemense Odoi. Rukundo Wilba Joanita Nawire Susan Nabirie Hawa. I don't know if she's still around. Nabirie Hawa. Okay. I don't know who is speaking for Nabirie Hawa. She has left. Then Minor James. Meanwhile, who is afraid? Get closer. Minor James. Then who is afraid? Minor James. Yes, Mr. Puizera Fred, all the way from Kisoro. Otai Aaron, Madagascar. Gideon. Otai Aaron. Yes. Bakayoko Abraham. Rukundo Catherine. WCU Kisoro Regional Office. Naluyange Susan. Entebbe. Naluyange. Meanwhile, Rebecca Mugabe. Get closer. Oledze Samuel. Oledze Samuel. Oledze Samuel. Nishimi. No, this one is not there. Germana Silva. People of the mountain gorillas. Berahamariye. Beramahire Filmon. Begira Godfrey. Begira Johnson and Begira Godfrey. Yeah, you come and get for purposes of photogenic issues. We shall correct. Begira Johnson. Ndebula Jesse. Wairao Abraham. Kasache Celestine, I saw you were around. Those who volunteered. How about for Kasache? Yes. Namakula Shalona. Karule Edward. All these were supposed to be volunteers. Mr. Mwesi Julius. Protocol. Mr. Mukisa Emmanuel. These are now facilitators, yes. Commission is absent. Miss Remy Namuberu, facilitator. Miss Vanis Mirembe, facilitator. Mr. Mwesiza Julius again for participating. The other one was facilitation. Mr. Mukisa Emmanuel again as a participant. The other one was facilitation. Double. The chairperson, Wildlife Clubs of Uganda for facilitation. Have to follow protocol now. The Queen will give you the certificate. So that was for facilitation. Mr. David Msinga again for participating. You repeat the process A to Z.
Okay. The last one is Dr. Tadeo Rusoke as a facilitator. Come here. Okay. The last one is Dr. Tadeo Rusoke as for participating. Go back. Do correction. Okay. Thank you so much.
So unless there is anyone who wants to spoil the function, next is drinking and dancing and party at leisure. Just to clarify, in case TV you can now cut, we no longer want to be on